Indonesia is one of the highest energy consumers in the world. Fossil fuel is a major energy source that is used in Indonesia. Fossil fuels are a non-renewable energy source because they are limited and depleting at a faster rate. Indonesia needs renewable energy developments that move us away from our dependence on fossil fuels and towards a clean energy future. PT Pertamina Persero has created Universitas Pertamina to contribute to our society in the field of clean energy. Universitas Pertamina was established with the vision of becoming a world-class university in the field of energy. The students of Universitas Pertamina are those of high potential from 34 provinces of Indonesia. They are ready to learn for a better future. The lecturers of Universitas Pertamina are experts who are competent and credible. They are some of the best graduates of Indonesia and abroad. We are also supported by high-quality human resources, including librarians, educational staff, and technicians. To support teaching and learning activities, we provide our campus with the best facilities, such as
Halo semua, kali ini aku bakal jelasin ada gedung apa aja sih di Universitas Pertamina. Yang pertama, ada gedung rektorat. Gedung rektorat terdiri dari 4 lantai. Lantai pertama berfungsi sebagai resepsionis, lobi utama, security, ruang direktorat kemahasiswaan, ATM, dan klinik Universitas Pertamina. Lantai kedua berfungsi sebagai ruang kerja rektor, wakil rektor 1, 2, dan 3, sekretaris-sekretaris Universitas Pertamina, dan beberapa fungsi lainnya. Lantai ketiga berfungsi sebagai ruang kerja direktur, manajer, ruang kantor wakil rektor 3, bidang penelitian, pengembangan, dan kerjasama, serta beberapa fungsi lainnya. Sedangkan lantai keempat sendiri berfungsi sebagai ruang rektorat. Kemudian ada gedung GAIA Legita. Gedung GAIA Legita terdiri dari 9 lantai dan dilengkapi dengan 2 lift. Gedung GAIA Legita ini berfungsi sebagai informasi center, ruang dosen, lab komputer, auditorium yang biasa dipakai untuk kelas besar atau updating, kemudian ada ruang kelas, musola, ruang diskusi dan loker di lantai 8 yang dapat dipinjam di perpustakaan, dan perpustakaan sendiri terdapat di lantai 9. Setelah itu kita berpindah ke gedung Laboratorium Sains dan Teknik atau biasa disebut gedung LST. Gedung LST ini letaknya di sebelah kantin atas, seberang lapangan voli. Gedung ini biasa dipakai untuk lab fisika, kimia, bahasa, dan beberapa lab lainnya. Nah, setelah itu ada gedung terakhir yaitu gedung GOR. GOR ini berisi lapangan basket, sedangkan ada beberapa ruang di sekitar GOR yang difungsikan sebagai ruang kelas, laboratorium mekanika fluida, laboratorium bahasa, laboratorium geofisika terapan, dan laboratorium pemboran.
In addition to teaching and learning activities, we provide extracurricular activities that fit students' interests and talents, such as football, taekwondo, boxing, photography, art, and research. We believe one of the best learning methods is through observational learning. Universitas Pertamina has field visit programs for students to observe companies in related fields. As part of the international community, Universitas Pertamina provides international student exchange programs with an opportunity to broaden students' knowledge on their studies from different countries.
menarik karena banyak persepsi yang bisa saya dapatkan, mungkin belum pernah saya dapatkan selama saya berada di Indonesia. Selain itu, kita juga bisa belajar banyak hal di Jepang, mulai dari budaya antri, sistem transportasi, hingga riset-riset yang sedang dilakukan.
Hal yang paling berkesan dari pengalaman saya selama student exchange di Prancis adalah cara belajar secara akademis, yang lebih kepada student center, banyak melakukan group project dan group activity.
Menjalani pertukaran pelajar selama 1 semester di Prancis merupakan suatu kebanggaan. Namun yang terpenting adalah bagaimana pengalaman tersebut telah melatih cara saya berpikir, khususnya dalam melihat sesuatu dengan perspektif yang lebih luas.
Universitas Pertamina conducts partnership programs with several industries in order to realize the vision of becoming a world-class university. As an entrepreneurial university, Universitas Pertamina conducts partnership programs with the professional associations and government institutions to hold collaborative work. Universitas Pertamina also conducts partnerships and collaborative programs with national and international leading universities.
The students of Universitas Pertamina, thank you so much for your guidance, thank you so much for your advice, for your motivation, semangat, sons. Well, I appreciate that so much and I will miss you guys.
I have a great time doing exchange students here because with the friends, the lecturers, and also the new environment for me is really welcoming. So yeah, I learned really a lot here.
As a university focusing in the energy industry, Universitas Pertamina has developed and coordinated collaborative work with Universitas Teknologi Petronas, Malaysia, to support research and development activities, undertaken primarily to acquire new knowledge.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. First of all, let me say my greetings to all the participants that have joined us today who came from various countries. There are some participants that came from Colombia, Brazil, Turkey, South Korea, Japan, Philippines, Brunei Darussalam, India, Cambodia, Malaysia, Trinidad and Tobago, Vietnam, and the host country, Indonesia. Greetings to all of us. Welcome to the opening ceremony of International Space Up Emerging Forum, Isef 2022. I am Rona, and I will be speaking English to guide this event. To the Honorable, the representative of PT Pertamina Persero, to the Honorable Mr. Professor Insinyur 𝐾𝐲 𝐒𝐃 Ph.D. as Director of Universitas Pertamina, to the Honorable Mr. U. Suryono as the Vice Chancellor for Finance and Organizational Research of Universitas Pertamina, to the Honorable Mr. M. Robi Hervindo Esos as Secretary of Universitas Pertamina, to the Honorable Mr. GDWP Adiaksa as Moderator today, To the Honorable, our main fourth speakers, Mr. César Patiño, Mrs. Cassandra Dewan, Ph.D., Mr. Putra Adhiguna, and Mr. Azevedo Andovireska Adikara Lopez. To the Honorable, Muhammad Atallah Naufal as the Chairman of Heuri Cosmos. To the Honorable, Tajun Latansya as the Project Leader of Space Up 4.0. And all the participants who have come to today's opening event. Praise to God on this special occasion so that we can gather virtually today. During the pandemic, all of our activities were restricted. Schools, universities, jobs, and events were switched to online, including this event. But it doesn't close the possibility, even though it's held online, this event will run smoothly according to the plan, and as we hope, we will have a positive impact for everyone. Gratefully and happily, today, on Saturday, February 19, 2022, we shall witness the opening of International Space Up Emerging Forum, Isef 2022, with the theme Youth SDGs Catalysator in Achieving Future Energy Resilience. We hope that all the participants can enjoy today's event. Now, I will tell you some rules during the opening ceremony. Participants are pleased to turn on the camera and turn off your microphone if it's not your interest to talk. Participants are required to use the format name, namely participants _ name _ nationality _ institution. Once again, please use the format name, namely participants _ your name _ nationality _ institutions. There will be a Q&A sessions after all the speakers have delivered their material. Participants can participate through the raise hand feature or the chat box. Participants must follow the event until the end. If you want to excuse yourself from today's event, you must ask for permission to the admin in the chat group for the excuse. There will be attendance and feedback form at the end of the event, and participants must fill in to get an e-certificate. The committee doesn't accept complaints regarding the wrong name on the e-certificate, so please make sure to write your name correctly in the form later. And now, I will tell you the outline of our agenda today. Opening, sing the national anthem, music performance by Fox Choir Up, report from project leader, speech from the chairman of Heuri Cosmos, speech from rector of Universitas Pertamina, the International Space Up Emerging Forum, which will be moderated by Mr. GAIA Adikara, jam sessions, documentation, and closing. Before we start, we would like to say thank you to the official sponsor, PT Pertamina Persero, PT Pembangunan Perumahan, and Vituno. We also thanks to the media partner, ISEC in Prasetya Mulia, ISEC in Unsud, BEM FEUNJ, 𝐘𝐚𝐿 Jakarta, Icon X, Lexil Prasetya Mulia, para juara, and lastly, Thirst Project Indonesia. Heading up to the first agenda, singing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please for the audience to listen carefully. To the operator, you may start the video. Alright, before heading to the greeting sessions, let's watch and enjoy the performance from our guest star. Here we present Fox Choir Up. To the operator, you may start the video. What a great performance. Thank you so much for Fox Choir Up, and for your information, Fox Choir Up is one of the student community in Universitas Pertamina. Okay, once again, we would like to say thank you to the official sponsor, PT Pertamina Persero, PT Pembangunan Perumahan, and Vitunu. We also thanks to the media partner, 𝐈𝐾𝐿 Prasetya Mulia, 𝐈𝐾𝐿 Unsud, BEM FEUMJ, Kolegisi Jakarta, 𝐼CON-X, Leksil Prasetya Mulia, para juara, and First Project Indonesia. Let's start the greeting sessions. As the host of this project, The project leader of Space Up 4.0 will be delivering the report, our beloved Tajun Latanche. Tajun, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Ms. Rona. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings to everyone. The Honorable Professor 𝐾𝐶 𝐒𝐏𝐻 as Rector of Pertamina University, Mr. Usuryono as Vice Rector of Finance and Organizational Resource of Pertamina University, Mr. Robi Herfindo as Secretary of Pertamina University, Ms. Ferani Eva Zulfia as Committee Builder, Mr. César Patiño as speakers, Mrs. Cassandra Dewan as speakers, Mrs. Putra Adhiguna as speakers, Mr. Andovireska Lopez as speakers, the sponsorship party, and all participants who attend in this virtual meeting, which I can mention one by one. First of all, I would like to say welcome to International Space Up Emerging Forum 20 and 22. I have received tremendous warm and great pleasure to decorate all of your attendance. It gives me great satisfaction to present the opening report among the most respected figures. Before we start this ISEF, I would like to express my deep gratitude to all of you who have been part of making this event a success. This event would not have been possible without the support of each and everyone present here. For data, all participants who registered for this International Space Up Emerging Forum reached more than 1,000 participants. There were international and national participants included in this category. There is from Colombia, Brazil, Turkey, South Korea, Japan, Filipina, Brunei Darussalam, India, Cambodia, Malaysia, Trinidad and Tobago, Vietnam, and from Indonesia government agency. ISEF is one of a series of events from several agendas in Space Up 4.0. Space Up 4.0 has an agenda including holding an international level competition, namely scientific writing and video competition. In addition, also carrying out national level events, especially for high school students, namely poster competition, SDGs case competition, and smart competition. And in this competition, there were over 113 teams signed up, and the entire series in the competition has already been held. And the announcement of the winner will be made at the closing event. The peak event of Space Up 4.0 was held for 2 days, starting from today, namely the opening and ISEF, and tomorrow will be held virtual institution visit to BP company, which will be followed by all competition participants and continue with awarding agenda with the winners, and the last is the closing agenda of the entire series of activities in Space Up 4.0. This year's Grand Theme of Space Up 4.0 is Youth SDGs Catalysator in Achieving Future Energy Resilience. This theme is one of the implementation of one of the problems that want to be solved in the SDGs, namely related in the field of energy. This topic must be voiced because it is related to the energy that is always used to support in every country. But unfortunately, the finite energy supply will be a threat to the user countries, and this will become a global problem. Therefore, we are looking forward to hearing from you to resolve the issue together. And its implementation, we hope this event can open our minds about SDGs problem in the field energy field in particular, so that we can innovate and continue to try to at least use energy as cheaply as possible. We hope this event will be a very memorable one for all of you because it's benefit. Last but not least, I want to say a big thank you to all the committee involved in this event. I think this event would not have been possible without these great people. I ensure International Space Up Emerging Forum 20 and 22 will be profitable and fruitful for everyone present here. And the last, enjoy the event with pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you to the project leader for delivering the report. Before we next to the agenda, I would like to add some our partner, which is PPI Delft, PPI UAE, PPI Jepang, PPI Germany, PPI Greater Glasgow, Permia San Francisco, PPI Malaysia, PPI Rotterdam, and PPI Berlin Brandenburg. Thank you so much for all the partners that already help us. Okay, next let's listen to the opening speech by the chairman of Heuri Cosmos. To Muhammad Atal Naufal, you may take the floor.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, everyone, wherever you are. Thank you very much for attending this event. My name is Muhammad Atal Naufal. I'm the chairman of UKM Riset dan Karya Ilmiah Universitas Pertamina, the organization which held this event today that you attend. And first and foremost, the Honorable Rector of Universitas Pertamina, Professor 𝐒𝐏𝐻, and also the Vice Rector, Mr. Unggul, and also the Honorable from Direktorat Kemahasiswaan Universitas Pertamina, and also the committee and also participants. Thank you very much for attending this event. I hope you can find more insight because we present all the speakers that have the global knowledge that might be insightful for you. There will be Mr. César Patiño from Colombia, Mrs. Cassandra Dewan from Brazil, Mr. Putra Adhiguna from Indonesia, and also Mr. Andovireska Lopez from Indonesia also. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy this event and also stay healthy for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Atala for delivering the speech. And for the last greeting sessions, with respect, we will invite Mr. Professor Insinyur I Gusti Nyoman Wiratmajapudha Ph.D. as Rector of Universitas Pertamina to deliver his speech. Hello sir, are you connected to us? Okay, for the committee, maybe. Hi, sir.
Okay. Hello, good morning, Rona. How are you?
Okay, I'm good, sir. Are you ready?
Yes, thank you.
You may take the floor, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very good morning from Indonesia to all of the participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. The Honorable of the speakers, Mr. César Patiño, Cassandra Dewan, Putra Adhiguna, and Andovireska Lopez, and the Honorable leaders of the universities, faculties, institution, postgraduate programs, delegates, and also from our sponsor, Pertamina Persero. On behalf of the Pertamina University, I would like to welcome all of the participants in this event today of the International Space Art Emerging Forum 2022. We have a very challenging topic in this ISEF 2022. It's about youth, SDGs, and future energy. SDGs is an important part for the future of world development. I am very happy and proud that many youth participate in this program, in this competition. This is your real contribution for future sustainable development of the world. We are very proud of that. As all of we know that current energy mix in majority of the countries in the world is depend on fossil energy. This will be run out at any one day in the future for sure. Therefore, we need to develop renewable energy for the future generation. There are many renewable resources already provided by the Mother Nature. As you know, abundance of sun, water, wind, bioenergy, sea current, and other resources. We also can learn from several countries that have already utilizing majority of renewable energy in their energy mix. For example, New Zealand, Norway, Finland, and many other countries. This could be your reference for the future development of the renewable energy. I hope that today's event, all of the participants, all of the committee have a good time and very useful discussion, build up knowledge in sustainable energy development. And this is relief of all of the youth generation to become better world and great leader in the future. Always keep up supporting and never give up. Let's, without further ado, I open this event formally. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, the Director of Universitas Pertamina, who gave his speech and officially opened today's amazing event. Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you.
The Honorable, ladies and gentlemen, now, this is what we are waiting for. We will move to the main event, the International Space Up Emerging Forum. First, I would like to invite Mr. 𝐾𝐸 Adiyaksa to moderate this event. Hello, Mr. 𝐾𝐸, are you connected to us?
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, great. Yes.
Much clear. Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Okay, I'm good too. It's a pleasure
Right.
meeting you, sir. Okay, before we start, let me tell you the profile of our amazing moderator today. Mr. 𝐾𝐸 finished his last education on 2018 as a Ph.D. in the Institute of Physics, University of Amsterdam, in Netherlands. And for his master program, he studied engineering physics at Technical University of Munich, Germany, and got his Master of Science degree at 𝐘𝐈𝐴, South Korea. And on 2008, he graduated as a Bachelor of Engineering in Physics at Institut Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia. And for the professional report, Mr. 𝐾𝐸 has various amazing experience, starting with some researcher experience at Korea, Netherlands, and Australia. Postdoctoral at Singapore, and now he currently being a lecturer at Chemical Engineering Department, Universitas Pertamina. And with amazing academic and professional background, Mr. 𝐾𝐸 got some such awardees, such as Golden List of Reviewer by IEEE Trans-Elect Device on last year, Top 10 Springer Nature Contest for the best idea to change science forever on 2018, the Honorable Great Micrograph Lithography Award on 2014, and of course, many, many more. Wow, this is such a never-ending accomplishment. And something that I really need to mention are his amazing creations. He has 3 patents and 18 paper publications, all in top-tier Q1 journals. And lastly, Mr. 𝐾𝐸 had more than 10 invitations to become a keynote speaker, conference, and colloquium. Oh, sir, oh my God, I got a goosebump reading all of your amazing life achievement. I wish we all can follow his path and to be successful as Mr. 𝐾𝐸 today. Okay. What a great opportunity to have an amazing moderator today. And Mr. 𝐾𝐸, are you ready, sir?
All right, I guess so, yes.
Okay, so without further ado, let's invite Mr. 𝐾𝐸 Adiyaksa to lead the main event. Mr. 𝐾𝐸, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Rona and everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, actually. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam and Monsieur. So today, yeah, this is a student event, yeah, full of spirit. And when we are full of spirit, I think this is the best time, a perfect time to talk about energy. Yeah, so I hope at the end of this talk, we feel energized. Yeah. And today we have a very lineup of 4 interesting speakers. Yeah. So it has been mentioned before, and each speaker will be given 20 to 25 minutes to talk, and you'll be reminded when the time is ticking, and followed by 10 to 15 minutes question and answer. Okay, the first speaker, it is my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, César Patiño. Are you joining with us? Hello? All right, yeah. You may want to, right.
Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi ya, ¿cómo estás? Yeah. Okay, yeah, there you go. César Patiño, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. And let me introduce him first. César Patiño is currently, maybe could you move to the next slide? Yeah, thank you. This is very helpful. Currently a chairman of, what's this? World President of Technological Collaboration Table in Enhanced Recovery at IEA from Colombia. And at the same time, yes, since January last year, he's also a volunteer at UNMRS, yeah, Working Party on Standardization, Policy and Regulatory Cooperation. So he has a background in business, MBA from Universitas de la Sabana. I think this is in Colombia, I guess. And a number of awards, yeah, from SPE Northeast World Volunteer, and then Premio a la Excelencia. Okay. So, yeah. Today, you'll be given around 20 to 25 minutes, yeah, to talk about according to in line with the topic. Yeah. And please, from time to time, do check your chat box because you'll be informed when the time is ticking, and then we're going to have 10 to 15 minutes question and answer afterward. Okay, without further ado, please join me to welcome again Mr. César Patiño from Colombia. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Gade. Really a pleasure to be here, all of you. I would like to say thank you and salam alaikum. A pleasure to be here on this stage with the Pertamina University. Thank you to the chairman, Mohamed Aftalaf, Professor Igusdi, University Rector from this one, Ms. Rona, the driver that we have here, and all the committee members that have been here together, and as well the participants on this international event that bring us today from a space of how we put innovation, entrepreneur, medtech with energy. It's a pleasure coming from the EOR, Enhanced Oil Recovery Processes, that we would like to be here. I would want to share my presentation, so please let me know if you are seeing the presentation right now.
Not yet, actually. Okay, there you go. Yeah, we can see.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gade. Be here on the job, a catalyst in achieving future energy resilience. How we can do and be part of the changes that the humanity has is something that we are working, and we would like to put together how we'll go from the energy that we have in our hands our countries has natural resources in place. We have energy in our hands that we would like to put and integrate with technology and innovation. And scenarios like this one, like the event that we have here today, put us on the moment that the humanity have been facing different ways to put energy from nature to our society. This energy have become on different shapes. And energy transition is a term that has been touched in our society for a long time. That means that we have different scenarios that we have been changing with technology and innovation. And you, the youth spirit of our humanity, are welcome to continue doing this innovation and this inspiration to continue changing the world in energy. Our society has been facing different moments in the history. On the history that have been created around our society, how we have been developed and put our interests from our families, from our communities, from our countries, and from our societies to put together on different scenarios. These scenarios come related with energy required, and as well technology related to it, and how we can put together the institutions on the face of the society is something that we need to understand as well. Our society has been growing on the way to demand food, to demand comfort, protection, and this will be developed with having technology and energy together, coming on the different scenarios. Today, looking forward, and how is the consumption of energy, like person we have it, we see the increase of it. We have today in our hands mobiles. For this, we require energy. For laptops, we have our society, house. This has not been a device that we have in before. We have more device, more requirement with energy. And this energy per person per day required to have a source of energy. A source of energy that we continue doing on transition. But we need to be integrated on a sustainable manner, that with innovation, we put together the sustainable development goals and how we can connect them on the way that we put it and come in the merge of energy. We face the 17 SDGs, no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water sanitization, energy affordable for all, growing on communities, infrastructure, innovation, circular economy, life, climate actions, life on land, life underwater, peace, justice, and institutions working together. That means our society requires that we keep like humans, but with technology, and we have a diverse scenarios of technology that Universitas Pertamina has scenarios on it. As well, there are another societies and another university that can put together as well this revamp and these actions on technology that can allow us to put a society 5.0 that we come together with technology, and that's an invitation to do it. We have in our hands the industry, and I came, is the oil and gas industry. And I put the sustainable development goals in the oil and gas industry today. It's not something that is happening. That is something that we should understand as well in our society. Maybe we have been naming the actions that we have in our projects before, consider action and action that fit on the 17 sustainable development goals. Oil and gas industry have been committed in the business response. Indonesia has been research related to oil and gas industry as well, and have been given value for society. The idea is to continue working on this and how we can interconnect different source of energy that humanity has. Today, we have the new scenarios with renewables, how we put these renewables there with the energy portfolio we are working together. We have coal, oil, natural gas, liquids, energy, biomass, hydro, wind, solar, considerations that come together and how we can put it on the way that we put it, the renewables energy together, and the actions that we require as we have been facing on previous slides. Our society requires the consumption of this energy. We cannot stop develop. We should continue sharing the growth of our society. We need to provide with innovation, technology, and energy this type of source. And that is something that today we are working to put together this right of the energy related, how we have been facing oil source, natural gas, coal, and critical minerals, to new scenarios with hydrogen, with renewables that come related to scenarios of net zero. Net zero conditions require a critical pathway, but require as well a challenge on efficiency, on projects, on the way that we put together these scenarios in our understanding, in our projects, in our studies, in our new innovative ideas, in our entrepreneurial space options that we can put together. We have an ambition that which we would like to continue growing on, but as well we have a challenge that we have related to the scenarios on the sustainable manner. And after COP26, as well, we have a challenge with the governments, institutions, and like society that we need to continue our efforts to bring renewable energy on the net zero pathway. A net zero that come together on the ambition to close this gap, to develop the options that we can put in a cost-effective manner with technology, reductions that the world requires. To do these reductions, we need to include renewables energies with technology. We need to put together energy efficiency, methane abatement, and other type of energies that can decrease the emissions and the carbon options that we have it together on the alternatives to provide energy that require our society. In that manner, we have been doing a lot of investments around in the oil and gas industry. But as well, we have invested a lot now on the clean energy infrastructure and energy related to the renewables, how we can apply it. This come related to different policy scenarios that put together at the different moments of the chain value and actions and opportunity to how I can provide energy, how I can keep flaring conditions, methane conditions, transport conditions, refining, product transport for the net zero options, but as well for the alternatives that put together this emission intensity come together on the actions. We're moving forward to bring our efficiency energy in our sector with investment in the upstream value to continue producing energy on a sustainable manner. And it's something that we are doing now on different alternatives that we have it on to continue producing from our mature fields. Oil fields is an asset that we have already in place that will continue on a sustainable manner with renewables energy included and put it together on the options that to bring technology. We have alternatives to include new technologies on microbial, the new technologies with nanotechnology, with low salinity, bright water, seawater, thermal options, alkaline actions, CO2 injections that come together as well with carbon capture option, with that in the EOR process we are working on it. This can cross borders. And this is something that we would like to invite for innovation. Let's think about how my project, how my understanding, how my chemistry, how my physics, how my digital transformation can come together on this continuous notion to put these alternatives together on technology. A lot of countries are doing it. I can say that one from the society tonight I am representing is the International Energy Agency 𝐘𝐶 Technology Collaboration Program, where we are working on it. We are working to bring the best of our recoverable options that we have in all oil and gas industry, but as well how we can put it on the society that require these challenges on carbon intensity, on to put and reduce option of lighting, a suite of sources, efficiency improvement, changing resource, renewable operations, and carbon capture options. This comes together with a strategy that goes related to how I miss the water safety health issues that we have in our projects, asset electrification, energy efficiency, fugitive emissions, energy from low carbon sources, greening and product mix natural gas, new renewables model to be in place with the project, with carbon capture solutions, with net zero emissions that can let us to win the future that our society show us. I love the video you presented at the beginning. We had a commitment with our new generations, but as well with our old generation and our generations, because we would like to continue the sustainable energy transition, and any sector and any industry should continue working on it and give it the best effort to put together the sustainable options, but as well with the frame of new materials, new solids, fluids, and gases that come together with the new renewables alternatives that we can put together on the options that the facing of new energies with coal to hydrogen to renewables, to natural gas, to modern bioenergy can come with innovative options to provide energy for the world. The invitation is to continue working on that one, defend the sustainable manner that we have to continue to provide the energy transition challenges, alternatives and use on infrastructure, on electricity, on transport, and the source that we have been traditionally used will be part of it. But with renewables, we are going to be working to include the new options with hydrogen, geothermal, wind, photovoltaic, and continue ammonia and alternative options that come together. Oil and gas industry will continue providing, will be depends on the break-even price, as you have been noticed in our oil and gas industry, and our projects that come related with shallow water, conventional and unconventional, deep water and heavy oil sands will continue part of it with certain price on it. And this certain carbon price as well has related with carbon intensity and the inclusion of new renewables energy on the projects. So how we can advantage these resources to do the transition is something that we should work together from the research and development to the develop that we would like to grow in our society. We are not from scratch or from zero. To do this energy transition, we have been already put together different synergy with solar, with wind, biofuels, hydrogen, option charging, new storage solutions, and alternatives. Renewable power and conditions of decreasing CO2 emissions is something that we would like to continue working on. And how we can put together is in our minds, in our engineering options with innovative and entrepreneurial ideas to put together these alternatives on the challenge we have. The main challenge is to reduce these CO2 emissions that come together with the activities we have already in place. Decrease these 2 degrees that we would like to go lower right now, and how we can put together is in our hands. It's not only a problem of the government, can come as well from our houses, our families, or the action we take it to save energy to save consumption that can generate a CO2 footprint that can be related with this CO2 emission that we provide to the world. Our projects today in our oil and gas industry, in our assets, are working together on how we can integrate our portfolio with options for conditions, study fluid alternatives that come together with inclusion of optimization of production, geothermal alternatives, CO2 sequestration, hydrogen options, and other alternatives. Indonesia has oil and gas industry, has geothermal potential and energy provider as well, looking forward to hydrogen and CCUS too. So there is a lot of alternatives on your scenario, and as well around the world that generation are working on, and we have expectancy to be continue working on that. From International Energy Agency, free of charge, there is a lot of reports related about how we can do and build our net zero, but as well with type of resource remarkable alternatives we can continue working. The invitation is please go inside these affiliations, go inside these opportunity or reports. The knowledge is on your hands. The knowledge is here, as you are seeing today, this event. Transition and sustainable energy systems will be continue working and seeing gas, coal, and electricity market today. We are going to continue looking forward for a clean electrification, energy efficiency, methane abandonment, and innovation that come together with the future reduction of the gap that we have today on the temperature. Longer mismatch in energy persist, and the greater risk energy security and price volatility as well. A new global energy economy is emerging where more electrified, efficiency, digitalized, and clean offers an enormous potential to grow and be options for a blue ocean innovation for you. Governments have a real capacity to transform the energy sector, not only governments, institutions, and universities like yours. I would like to say thank you for your time. That's it all for today. Really appreciate to be here tonight on this show, SDG catalyst in achieving future energy resilience. Thank you very much.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. César. That was a very comprehensive review, I would say. Please, if there's any question from the audience, you can just type it in text in the chat box, or you can speak up directly. Please. Maybe just a burn-up question from me, Mr. César. Maybe many of us in here are so there to get inspired. Maybe could you, tell us a little bit about since when you start learning about this energy crisis, energy problem, I would say. So, what you wish you knew when you were young before this time of crisis happened. Could you tell us a little bit about it?
Sure. I think all the knowledge came as well from home. I have the opportunity that my mother is a professor of biology. So understanding nature is something that we should start with. Go to the basis on biology, physics, and chemistry, understanding the world, our ecosystem, the way of flow, the different elements like water, like gases, like land, like fire. Understand these systems is something that we should start. And it's how humanity starts. And we have been developed technology for this time of the society required because we demand more. We demand more. The same as we grow. Yes, our needs like kids are different of the needs that we are now like adults. So on this sense, we need to think about as well going forward and see how we can put my knowledge with technology and innovation to develop on the option and the need that today world has. that is the way I started to apply my knowledge on the sense I have, how I apply the understanding of nature and engineering. I am a petroleum engineer on my background, and how you understand the reservoir, how I understand the fluids, how I understand the porosity and permeability on the petrophysics conditions to be handled today on the needs of the world. How today I would like to do a recoverable energy options on the gas industry like EOR, but as well to apply hydrogen, to apply CO2, to apply photovoltaic conditions inside the projects. So from a single and base element, you start to add topics on technology, energy, and innovation that will grow the opportunity and delivery options for these today current needs that the world has.
All right, thank you. So there is a question here from Halason, right? Halason Simanjuntak. What factors will be important in deciding the future use of energy resources? Why should the government encourage people to switch to renewable energy?
Okay, what factor will be important in deciding the future use of energy? I think if we created efficiency related to the machines that we're using today, how we already have a intelligent use of energy will be a great factor, because sometimes we leave the light on full day, or we leave the mobile on full day, then we have to recharge. So to have the really dosified use of energy will be help to impact on energy efficiency option. So that is something that the factor. And as well, how I use the energy, how I take more usable of what the nature provide us, time schedule, time options, meeting alternatives, understand the needs of the resources is something that we should care about it. To do not only go to do recycle or circular economy is to reduce the use of what we are taking right now. That is unrelated to the government's say part of the question. I cannot see.
Yeah, why should the government encourage people to switch to renewable energy?
Okay, because today the government should provide with the natural resources we have the growth of the society. Our society are going to be continue growing in economics because we are going to have our family with needs, our society with needs, and our country with needs. So we want to continue working on and to see a better quality health conditions, a better quality education, a better quality society conditions, and comfort to be democrat for everyone. So on this democracy of energy, we require to have a leverage of energy for each house, for each person, for the same conditions. That's why on this democracy of energy, government should encourage people to get the sources of energy for all. We will have renewables, yes, but we will have our options as well that we have been provided by nature.
All right, very well. So there was a there is a question or somebody raised hand here. Maybe Rahel from Trisakti, you can speak up directly.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm sorry. I want to ask, but can I speak in Indonesian language?
Yes, you can speak. Maybe Mr. JD can translate.
All right. I'll try. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. My name is Rahel from Trisakti. I want to ask, begini Pak, untuk energi yang saat ini kan sedang marak energi terbarukan SDG. Nah, kami sebagai generasi milenial dan mahasiswa bagaimana cara memanfaatkan energi terbarukan di sekitar lingkungan kita untuk kehidupan sehari-hari agar dapat mengurangi ketergantungan energi fosil dan juga lebih ramah lingkungan untuk jangka panjang ke depannya. Kemudian, mengapa harus ada energi hilang untuk menghasilkan energi lain? Apakah energi hilang itu bisa dijadikan energi seperti itu? Dan pemanfaatan energi itu bagaimana mendapatkannya untuk kelangsungan hidup manusia yang mulai sekarang itu saat ini lebih mengambil teknologi, tapi manusia itu kurang memiliki SDM-nya. Terima kasih, Pak.
All right, I'll try to translate it for you, but I don't understand the second question. The first question is, so as a young generation, what could you provide the tips maybe? How can we utilize things around us in a more sustainable way? And then how we can utilize that to make it less dependent on the fossil fuel, conventional energy, and make it more sustainable, basically. Is that the question? I hope I catch it correctly. Maybe could you answer the first question first?
Sure. Okay. What should do? Reduce waste. I think we have a lot of waste related to sometimes in our food. We cook more than we should cook, or we provide more paper that we already need, or we use more of our resources not in the proper way that we would like to have it. So reduce the waste is the first thing and the key thing, because if we reduce the waste, we are going to use the resource that I need for my own development. But the other rest of the material, the other part of the resource will be helpful for the other person to have it and to handle. So don't have too much waste sometimes. Is one of good things. Today we see we go for the lunch time. Sometimes we have bottles, we have dishes, we have papers, we have bags for only a person. It's amazing if we can reduce all this one. Waste is something, and if we use waste to provide resources, it's something that we continue. Today, technology is changing, and use as maximum as nature use. The invitation is to see how nature has not any waste related. If we see a cycle of the plant, a cycle of an animal life, nature use everything. The animal has the life when dead, is used by compost and for land to be used producing plants in products. So try to emulate nature, how we understand nature, and when we need energy or when we need a comfort, use as minimum as we can, but as well that provide the other person to use the same. So less waste will be the invitation.
All right, thank you. Be wise with what you consume. Yeah. Okay. While waiting for the confirmation from for the second question from Rahel, so we move to the next question, maybe. So here we have Rismawan Nurhuda. Maybe you can speak up directly. Yes, please.
Okay. Are my voice is clear?
Right, we can hear you.
Okay. First, thank you for the excellent presentation, sir. I got actually a lot of insights for your presentation, so thank you. I want to ask something with my background as a geology student. I want to ask what are the opportunities for non-renewable energy such as maybe natural gas, coal, and oil for the next 10 to 20 years later? Is it completely abandoned or combined or what? Maybe that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question. Okay, natural gas is today the element and the flow and the energy that connect hydrocarbons with the energy transition. So natural gas is the element that today we are using to have a more the launching of the energy transition options. What about coal? What about hydrocarbons? Humanity is still using. Our societies are still using. Our big major countries are still using. But as well, there is a new technologies with efficiency manner to handle this type of fossil system as we are doing in hydrocarbon. So will be continue. That will be depends as well on the government and society, how do the transition. But when you have the balance, you can decide it how much percentage will be part of it, or which CO2 taxes are going to be related to it. That is where economy or the different energies are going to come one more profitable than the other ones. But still will be using. We have the time to use it, but our responsibility, like geoscientists, people with geoscience, is to provide the best options that we have in our hands with the natural gas at the different system, with the coal and the hydrocarbon. Thank you.
Okay, I hope that's answer your question, Rismawan.
Thank you
the
for
next
answer. Thank you.
Okay, all right. The next question is from here from the chat box from Waldi. We know if carbon dioxide is a familiar issue, why is it that until now we are still very difficult to minimize this?
Okay, there are different options now in place to reduce these emissions that is already in place, and we have now indicators about carbon intensity in our processes. So included the options. Our society has not too much and too many measures related. On either today, we have been seeing already flaring conditions, methane emissions from the different operations and options. We see on the road, we see on our streets, still a lot of cars with a lot of polluted and emissions, with a huge home or huge CO2 polluted conditions. So limiting this type of source of CO2, we will provide the options. So that's why it's very important about the regulations of government related to it, but as well how provide credits to do this transition, because there is a business and society related to certain economic levels of society. To do this transition is not easy. So try to escalate how we can emulate and to do reduction is something that we can work on. Today, there are different projects and options looking forward to have this type of technologies. And the best thing and the invitation to you, we have a simple thing that we can do is we can always plant a tree and care about the trees we have around. Deforestation to create a landscape empty of trees is something that is not helping at all. And we have not only in our oil and gas industry, we have another economical sectors that do a lot of deforestation that avoid to get this CO2 sequestration or this CO2 reduction or capture. That's why today governments, institutions are encouraged to care about the forest, to care about to do plantations and system in place. So that is something that we're working on.
Okay, I hope that's answered your question. So the next question is that from Firman Samuel. Yeah, I think this is very interesting. Why are the Sustainable Development Goals so broad compared to the very specific Millennium Development Goals?
how are the Sustainable Development Goals, and the second one to compare with?
Millennium Development Goals.
Okay, because the Sustainable Development Goals come to all the tasks and the aspects of our society. If we see there is different alternatives on the 17 development goals. Millennium Goals come together on what we need today in our current society to put together 17, but if we merge both, I think we can do a good matrix on it.
Okay. All right, I hope that's answered your question. The next question is from Jeff Vincent, from Saverius Bandar Lampung High School. What contribution can we make to realize the use of renewable energy?
Please, can you repeat it?
What contribution can we make to realize the use of renewable energy? I think this is very broad question, maybe specifically for high school student, I guess. Do you have any advice?
From the high school? From the high school, how we can contribute it? Okay. There are some projects today that can related to lights. How we can use the lights that we are using today is something that we can look forward. On the schools, we have the opportunity to have the light day conditions and night light conditions. So use it as much as we can. The light day is something that we can work on, and as well how we can provide the different options today. There are different systems that, for example, can generate energy and to do a storage of energy. I don't know if you have been seeing the bicycles that you can spin off, and then this energy can be saved on the storage of energy. So will be part of the options. If we can go to these elementary options, how I can start today as well. And the other thing is just care about the institution we have it on the schools. It's something that we would like to see initiatives. There are a lot of initiatives related to recycle as well, to reuse what we have it. We have some bottles. We have some system to do and to carry about our food, our water, our beverage. So reuse it. Don't throw it, reuse it. It's something that we can do simple and be part of this renewable condition that we can put together.
All right. Okay, we move to the next question from Ardan Nurdana. Is it true that nuclear is an environmentally friendly solution?
Is that nuclear?
Yes. What do you think? Is it environmentally solution, friendly solution? I mean.
Okay, let's second. It's true that nuclear is an environmentally solution. Okay, that come related. How we use the energy. That is something that we should put together about how much energy I can generate with a density of energy in a special manner. So that is something that that we should put together, how we can use the energy. We know that the nuclear condition has a lot of actions and reactions. So used properly is something that we can generate energy, but has to be very careful about the handle of this type of energy too. Yeah. It's not something that we can buy in the market easily. Has to have a special cautions on it.
All right. Okay, the next question is from Siska Dwi Wahyuni. Yeah, this is a very long question. In the development of times, the use of fossil energy certainly cannot be 100% replaced. Yeah. So we can only reduce it to a minimum. Then how can we optimize the use of renewable energy so that it can be balanced even more optimally compared to the use of fossil energy based on the potential of new and renewable energy in those areas? So the country prepare all its conversion technology in advance or prepare its human resources. Yeah, this is between technology versus human resources, to basically transition.
I don't know if Siska has been at the beginning of the presentation. In the slide I show, that will be depend on the consumption. And we have been seeing in the slide that I shared, the consumption have been increased, and this come related with the number of population. How to minimize the fossil energy is something that can come related with energy efficiency, and how the system in place, that the different moments and the equipment we have it and the system we have in place are going to be replaced. How I accelerate the changes that we have in our society today in machinery and in physical conditions, chemical condition, is something that will take a long time. So what we can do is on the new requirements, on the new options, we can start to provide, and as society is giving today the options to provide the energy for the new alternatives to come from the renewables. But as well for the renewables, we require fossil fuels and hydrocarbon and nature system. So we need to put already a real balance about it, because sometimes if we put the renewables, we see that we require most or we emit more CO2 than the oil and gas. So the real balance is something that we should care about it. But it's not only oil and gas. It's as well agriculture sector. It's as well minority sector. It's as well our society needs. So it's something that we should put in the balance all the elements, not only the fossil fuel energy.
All right, thank you. I would like to give a chance to those who have not asked yet. So here there is one raising hand, Wahyu. Maybe you can directly speak up and ask the question yourself.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Diksa. Then I'm directly asking and then the possibility how to be set up. Nice to meet you, Pak César. My name is Wahyu. I'm from Indonesia. Then my company is oil energy sector, especially for the NRI sector. So what you feasible to look if the University of Pertamina will be collaborate or something else with that your region or something like that to make the feasibility study or something, the case study, then I believe, I know well the Pertamina University have many students have to get for the some good capability, then many more to have the champions for the sum of the competition. Especially I said in the Southeast Asia. And then second question, how about your opinion for the NRA in Indonesia? Because you know the government already released the RUPTL. Then one of the thing is for the solar panel, right? And then another sector. So related on your explanation, what with possibility to insert in Indonesian to participate? I think Professor Wirat will be knowing well regarding for the government of roadmap plan. This is my question, Pak César. Thank you.
Okay. What knowledge and competencies that Indonesia has today can be go abroad in a summary? Is just your question, yes?
Yes, correct. How to be, you can image or there be something, some review or suggest to University Pertamina if possibility to explore and case study that your country, maybe something that your corporation is something your business in your sector, right?
Okay. Actually, actually we have been talking together with the technical committee of this event. It's about geothermal condition, for example. You have a lot of geothermal advance in place due to the nature that you have already in geothermal places. And is in my place, for example, in Latin America, it's something that we have been explored at all too much. Either we have on the Pacific sector, the Pacific Belt, we have volcanoes conditions, and this geothermal opportunity has not been deployed in economical system ways and included on the energy transition conditions. So today for Latin America, where is my landscape, geothermal is an opportunity that we can bring from the competencies you have it in Indonesia, and either as well to have projects together, as I mentioned before, in co-production. Will be interesting because there are some assets on some sedimentary basins that can as well has natural resources, CO2 opportunities, but as well heat transfer conditions that can be generate energy today. So that is something that competences and way of work together can come in Latin America with Indonesia.
Good.
All
Thank
right.
you, Pak.
Yeah, thank you.
The University Pertamina will be also make it some join with us. That this is a great challenge, great chance to their student. And then the second my question is about geothermal. I think this is related with our government of Indonesia. One of the biggest our resources in the new renewable energy in Indonesia is geothermal. So I mean this is very cute to explore, and then I request and I appreciate if University Pertamina should be have some proposal to make the join of the case study in the geothermal Indonesia or something, the foreign or the overseas company or sector like this one, Pak. So I appreciate Professor Wirat will be noticed for this one. I believe because I am very closer to University Pertamina for some of the item discussed with his of the lecturer and then some of department. Thank you, Pak César. Thank you very much for your joining this one. Thank you, Pak host. Thank you.
All right, maybe Pak Wahyu can continue the discussion with Pak César later on. So because we are very limited with time, that's close the that's the end of this session, and I cannot unfortunately accommodate all of the questions that you have, but I'm sure that maybe if you have a further question, maybe you can address it directly to Pak César if you don't mind, Mr. César Patiño. Okay. Now we're gonna hand it over to the organizer to give the certificate or something.
Terima kasih.
Yeah, terima kasih ya, terima kasih Pak César ya. Alright, silakan organizernya. Untuk memberikan ya.
Okay, maybe it will be shared by Tajun or Atala for giving the certificate to Mr. César. Hi, Tajun or Atala. Or
okay, thank you, Rona. Okay, Mr. César, maybe this long night for you, but this is our appreciation for you. Thank you very much for delivering insightful presentations. It's very insightful, maybe for me and also for all participants. Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure to share the knowledge, and count on me anytime. Really appreciate it. Your time, your questions, and the value you have here today for the young professionals we have today. Thank you. Really appreciate it for the invitation.
Okay, maybe before we close to the next sessions, and we can take a documentation first for the documentations. Maybe we will spotlight Atala, Mr. Gede, and Mr. César for the documentations and the certificate on the Zoom meeting. Okay, for the documentations, Mercy, is it Mercy or?
Okay, I will count from 1. 1, 2, 3. Okay, once again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, then I'll give it back to MC.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. César, and I will give it back to Mr. David.
All right. Thank you once again, Mr. César. And today we're going to move to the next speaker, right? So the second speaker, it's my pleasure to introduce to our second speaker, Cassandra Dewan. I hope I pronounce your name correctly. Are you joining with us?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, everyone.
Oh, hi. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Great. Thank you. Yeah, there you go. All right. Could you move to the next slide, please, the organizer, so I can read through the profile of Miss Cassandra. Yeah, she is a process engineer, yeah, very experienced process engineer since, yeah, having background in chemical engineering, graduated in 2010, and then master in petroleum engineering, and then currently she is a PhD student, yeah, in metallurgical and materials engineering. Yeah, as you can see that she is very experienced in oil and gas industry, coming from Trinidad and Tobago, and then currently in Brazil. And she received work from SPE International Giovanni Paccaloni Young and Professional Service last year, and I believe some more. Yeah. And then, Ms. Cassandra, you'll be given 20 to 25 minutes to inspire us, and then another 10 to 15 minutes for the question and answer. And please do check your chat box from time to time, because you'll be informed when the time is approaching. Yeah.
Okay.
And then without further ado, yes, I hand it over to Cassandra. Please.
Okay. Let me share my screen. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, we can see this very clearly.
Okay. So I plan to talk about what is sustainable energy today, as well as a bit on how we design solar energy systems, as well as wind energy systems. I think I overestimated the time I have for my presentation, so I would probably skip some parts. I might not be able to cover everything, especially in geothermal energy or hydropower, but I'll try my best. So what is sustainable energy? Sustainable energy is energy that meets the needs of the present generations without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Sustainable energy is about finding clean, renewable sources of energy that can renew themselves rather than sources that can be depleted. It is energy that we will never use up or deplete. It is inexhaustible. Several forms of energy can be considered sustainable, such as solar, wind, geothermal, hydropower, bioenergy, and marine energy. Sustainable energy is not only naturally replenished, but it causes no harm to the environment, as there are no greenhouse gases or other pollutants emitted. It is the best source of energy for our homes and businesses, because they are not only renewable, but are also frequently developed closer to the end user than at a traditional power plant. Why do we need sustainable energy? So one, sustainable energy can reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. As of right now, the most common energy resources are not sustainable. Around 63% of the US energy is still generated from natural gas, coal, and oil. Only 18% is from renewable resources. The more we drive up the demand for unlimited clean energy and renewable energy, the fewer fossil fuels will need to power our world. 2. Renewable energy will never deplete or run out. If we continue to depend so heavily on finite sources that damage the planet, we will run out faster and the damage will be longer lasting, if not permanent. Renewable energy is energy derived from natural resources that replenish themselves over a period of time without depleting the Earth's resources. These resources also have the benefit of being abundant, available in some capacity and nearly everywhere, and they cause little, if any, environmental damage. Wind energy, solar power, geothermal energy, and hydropower will continue to provide us with energy as long as the wind blows, the sun shines, and the tides roll in. 3. Sustainable energy does not harm the environment and can help improve public health. Renewable energy resources emit little to no greenhouse gases, which is better for the environment and our health. The smog produced by fossil fuels irritates our lungs and can lead to lung diseases and respiratory conditions. 4. Renewable energy will eventually be the more affordable option. Renewables like wind and solar power are becoming far cheaper each year. Within a decade or so, they would likely be fully competitive and non-renewable globally. The cost of wind and solar power has become so consistent that many utility companies can now offer customers a flat monthly price for clean energy. 5. Decisions adopted at COP21 are in favor of renewable energies. The international community has understood its obligation to firm up the transition towards a low-carbon economy to guarantee a sustainable future for the planet. The international consensus in favor of the decarbonization of the energy constitutes a very favorable framework for the promotion of clean energy technologies. And lastly, 6. The largest part of renewable energy investment is spent on materials and workmanship to build and maintain the facilities rather than on costly energy imports. Renewable energy investments are usually spent within the continent, frequently in the same country and often in the same town. This means the money citizens pay on their energy bill stays home to create jobs and fuel the local economy. Renewable energy and sustainable energy are often used interchangeably. However, even though there is some overlap between the two, as many sustainable energy sources are also renewable, these two sources are not the same. Renewable energy comes from sources that naturally renew themselves at a rate that allows us to meet our energy needs. Sustainable energy comes from sources that can fulfill our current energy needs without compromising future generations. Renewable energy includes biomass, geothermal, hydropower, solar, and wind. Sustainable energy includes geothermal, hydropower, solar, and wind. Not all renewable energy is also sustainable, but improving the sustainability of renewables and fossil fuels can have environmental benefits. Sustainable energy involves collection and distribution. The energy must be efficiently acquired and distributed in order to be sustainable. So some of the benefits of renewable energy are: 1, renewable energy resources are distributed in various quantities, as energy demand is decentralized, so lower transition losses can occur. 2, no implications of finite resources running out. A constant flow of energy from the sun provides an ongoing source of energy. 3, renewable resources and pollution-free. Although the technology itself will create waste and use energy during its construction and maintenance phases, there is no burning of fossil fuels during operation, so no pollution. 4. Carbon payback is a term referring to the time taken for the carbon used in the manufacture of renewable energy technologies to be saved by the carbon-free energy it produces. This can be a short period of time for renewable energy technologies. For a wind turbine, for example, the carbon payback can be as short as 6 months. Now, some of the drawbacks of renewable energy are: 1, the renewable energy resource is inherently intermittent. The sun does not always shine, the wind will not always blow, and water flows are seasonal. These factors need to be considered when designing renewable energy systems. 2, there's a low energy density of renewable resources compared to fossil fuels. For a fully renewable energy system, a considerable reduction in consumption is therefore required. 3, there can be high initial capital costs with large-scale renewable energy, such as wind or hydropower. However, this can be offset by the fact that there are comparably lower ongoing costs, as there isn't a constant need to purchase fuel. And 4, some renewable technologies, such as hydro, can have significant environmental consequences, such as flooding of natural habitats, destroying ecosystems, and displacing populations. So now we're going to look at solar energy. I'm going to skip the video, and I've asked one of the guys from the committee to send the presentation after so you can look at the video. We're going to look at how to design a solar PV system. So what is a solar PV system? Solar photovoltaic system or solar power system is one of renewable energy system which uses PV models to convert sunlight into electricity. The electricity generated can be either stored or used directly, fed back into the grid line, or combined with one or more other electricity generators or more renewable energy sources. Solar PV system is very reliable and clean source of electricity that can suit a wide range of applications such as residence, industry, agriculture, livestock, etc. Solar PV system include different components that should be selected according to your system type, site location, and applications. The major components of solar PV systems are: 1, your PV model, which converts sunlight into DC electricity. 2, your solar charge controller, which regulates the voltage and current coming from the PV panels going to the battery and prevents battery overcharging and prolongs the battery life. 3, inverter, which converts DC output to PV panels or wind turbine into clean AC current for AC appliances or feedback into grid line. 4, battery, which stores energy for supplying to electrical appliances when there is a demand. 5, load, which is electrical appliances that connect to solar PV systems such as lights, radio, TV, computer, refrigerator, etc. 6, auxiliary energy sources, which is a diesel generator or other renewable energy source. So now we're going to look at an example of how to size your solar PV system. So the example is: a house has the following electrical appliance usage. You have one 18-watt fluorescent lamp with electronic ballast using 4 hours per day. You have one 60-watt fan, which is used for 2 hours per day, and one 75-watt refrigerator that runs 24 hours per day with a compressor that runs 12 hours on and 12 hours off. The system will be powered by a 12 VDC 110 WP PV module. So the first thing we need to do is determine the power consumption demand, right? So the first step is designing a solar PV system is to find the total power and energy consumption of all loads that need to be supplied by the solar power system. So 1.1, you calculate the total watt hours per day for each appliances used. You add the watt hours needed for all appliances together to get the total watt hours per day, which must be delivered to the appliances. So from the example, we had the 18 watt by 4 hours, then 16 watt by 2, and then 75 watt by 24 by 0.5 hours. So the total watt per day is 1,092. And then the second thing we do is calculate the total watt hours per day needed from the PV module. So you multiply the total appliance watt per hours per day by 1.3, which is the energy lost in the system, to get the total watt hours per day, which must be provided by the panels. So from the above calculation, we got 1092, and we multiply that by 1.3 to get 1,400 and let's say 20 watts per day. So the second thing we need to do is determine the size of the PV models. And the first calculation you do is the total watt peak rating needed for 4 PV modules. So you divide the total watt hour per day needed from the PV modules, which we got in item 1.2 before, and you multiply that by 3.43 to get the total watt peak rating needed for the PV panels. So here we have the value we got before, which is approximately 1,420, and you divide it by 3.4 to get 413.9. And then you need to calculate the number of PV panels for the system. So you divide this answer that you got by 210, and you will get 3.76. So you need actually 4 modules, right? So the results of the calculation is the minimum number of PV panels. If more PV modules are installed, the system will perform better and the battery life will be improved. If fewer PV modules are used, the system may not work at all during cloudy periods and the battery life will be shortened. So the next thing we need to do is size the inverter. So our inverter is used in a system where AC power output is needed. The input rating of the inverter should never be lower than the total watt of the appliances. The inverter must have the same nominal voltage as your battery. For standalone systems, the inverter must be large enough to handle the total amount of watts you will be using at one time. So the inverter size should be 25 to 30% bigger than the total watts of the appliances. So here we added the watts, which was 18, 60, 75 to get 153. And then you multiply it by 25 or 30. So the inverter size should be 190 watts or greater. And then the next thing we need to do is recommend a battery size. So solar PV system is deep cycle battery, and deep cycle battery is specifically designed to be discharged to low energy level and rapid recharge or cycle charge and discharge day after day for years. The battery should be large enough to store sufficient energy to operate the appliances at night and cloudy days. So this is the formula here that we use in order to determine the battery size. And we plugged in the same information from the example before, which we had the light at 18 watts by 4 hours, then 60 watts by 2, the refrigerator 75 by 12 hours, and then you get the total amp, which is 535. So the battery should be rated for 12 volts, which we had from the beginning of the example, at 600 amps for 3-day autonomy. So the solar charge controller is typically rated against amperage and voltage capacities. Select a solar charge controller to match the voltage of the PV array and batteries, and then identify which type of solar charge controller is right for your application. Make sure that the solar charge controller has enough capacity to handle the current from the PV array. So according to standard practice, the sizing of solar charge controller is to take the short circuit current of the PV array and multiply it by 1.3. So we said we were going to use 4 PVs, so we multiply by 7.5, then by 1.3 to get 39. So the solar charge controller should be rated 40 amps at 12 volts or greater. So now we're going to look at wind energy. Again, I'll skip the video. And we're going to look at how to design your wind turbine generator. So this picture shows the basic components that make up a typical wind turbine design. A wind turbine extracts the kinetic energy from the wind by slowing down the wind and transferring this energy into the spinning shaft. So it is important to have a good power wind speed and the area that is swept by the rotating turbine blades. The faster the wind speed or the larger the rotor blades, the more energy can be extracted from the wind. 2 types of wind turbine designs are available. You have your horizontal axis and your vertical axis. So the rotor is the main part of a modern wind turbine design that collects the wind energy in the form of rotation. The rotator consists of 2 or more lamps and a protective hub that rotates around a central axis. The theoretical maximum efficiency that the turbine rotor blades can extract from wind energy amounts to be between 30 to 45%, and which is your blade design, blade number, blade length, blade pitch or angle, and the blade material and weight, just to name a few. Rotor blade design operates on either the principle of the lift or drag method for extracting energy from the flow air masses. The lift blade design employs the same principle that enables airplanes, kites, and birds to fly, producing a lifting force which is perpendicular to the direction of motion. Drag designs are used more for vertical wind turbines designs which have large cup or curved shaped blades. The wind typically pushes the blade out of the way, which are attached to a central shaft. The advantages of drag design and rotor blades is slower rotational speeds and higher torque capabilities, making them useful for water pumping and farm machinery power. Lift-powered wind turbines have a much higher rotational speed than the drag types and therefore well suited for electrical generation. The number of blades a wind turbine design has is generally determined by the aerodynamic efficiency and cost. The ideal wind turbine design would have many thin rotor blades, but most horizontal axis wind turbines have only 1, 2, or 3 rotor blades. Increasing the number of rotor blades above 3 gives only a small increase in rotor efficiency and increases its cost. So more than 3 blades are usually not required, but small, high-spinning, multi-bladed turbine generators are available for home use. Generally, the fewer the number of blades, the less material is needed during manufacturing, reducing the overall cost and complexity. A wind turbine which has an even number of rotor blades, for example, 2 or 4, can suffer from stability problems when rotating. This is because each rotor blade has an exact and opposite blade which is located 180 degrees in the opposite direction. As the rotor rotates, the very moment the upmost blade is pointing vertically upwards, that is at 12 o'clock position, the lowermost blade is pointing straight down in front of the turbine support tower. The result is that the uppermost blade bends backwards, because it receives the maximum force from the wind called a thrusting loading, while the lower blade passes into the wind-free area directly in front of the supporting tower. A wind turbine design which has an odd number of rotor blades, for example 3 blades, rotates smoother because the gyroscopic and flexing forces are more evenly balanced across the blades, increasing the stability of the turbine. The most common odd-bladed wind turbine design is that of the 3-bladed turbine. The power efficiency of a 3-bladed rotor is slightly above that of a similar size 2-blade rotor, and due to the additional blade, they can rotate slower, reducing wear and tear and noise. Rotor blade length. 3 factors determine how much kinetic energy can be extracted from the wind by a wind turbine. 1, the density of the air. 2, the speed of the wind. And 3, the area of the rotor. The density of the air depends upon how far above sea level you are, while the wind is controlled by the weather. However, we can control the rotational area swept by the rotor blades by increasing their length as the size of the rotor determines the amount of kinetic energy a wind turbine is able to capture from the wind. One important aspect of the blade length is the rotational speed of the rotor resulting from the angular velocity. The longer the turbine blade, the faster the rotation of the tip for a given wind speed. Likewise, for a given rotor blade, the higher the wind speed, the faster the rotation. Note the tip speed ratio is a ratio of the speed to the rotating blade tip to the speed of the relative wind. So given time, I'm just going to skip through this. And I'll discuss the conclusion. So the first part of understanding sustainable energy system is to understand how each technology works and how they're designed. Also, it is important to understand how energy creation, distribution, and consumption are affected by factors such as geography. Where and how can we obtain energy in ways that provide for efficient use, reduce environmental impact, and remain cost-effective? Economics. How do we finance the transition to sustainable energy sources? How does the cost of creating and distributing sustainable energy affect the rate of adoption? What about areas with little money to invest in sustainable energy? Availability. How do we provide sustainable energy to areas less likely to produce it? How do we account for the Earth's natural shift in resources when quantifying and meeting our energy needs? Politics. How do we navigate political interests and arguments for and against sustainable energy? So I'd like to thank you guys today for the opportunity to talk a little bit about sustainable energy. So I'm open for questions.
All right, thank you, Cassandra. That was a nice overview of PV system and wind turbine. So now we have a question already from the participant. The first question coming from just a moment. From Muhammad Ardafilah. Yeah. So the question is, why is solar panel energy not widely used in the household of most developing countries compared to those in developed countries? What alternatives can be offered to respond to such issue? Thank you.
Okay, so I'm from the Caribbean, and you would think being from the Caribbean, being our sunny, that we'll use solar panels, but there's also disadvantages because, as I mentioned before, you don't always have sun, you don't always have wind, right? Another factor is the cost. Solar panels are very expensive, but with all new technologies, for example, laptops. When laptops now came out as cell phones, they were really expensive, but with time and progression, it decreased. So these are some of the factors that help. Also, in Trinidad, we have a law when you install solar panels or windmills to your house and the impact it will have, whether you feed into the grid or whatnot. So each country would have specific laws as well for this. So these are the factors that affect the use of renewable energies in some countries that have it. And one of the ways, for example, in the Middle East and Europe, they are doing decarbonization roadmaps, so decarbonization projects, where you look at how to combine solar panels, wind power, and other technologies like CCUS, hydrogen energy, so that, let's say, for some reason, you don't have sun, you have the windmills that will still provide the energy, or you have another source of energy. I'll talk a little bit about hydrogen energy. So with solar power, with windmills and solar panels, you have the advantage of storing extra energy. So in periods where you have a lot of sun and you're not using all that energy, you could take that energy, use electrolysis to convert it into hydrogen energy. And that's where hydrogen energy becomes an energy carrier. And then in periods where you don't have enough sun, or you're low on energy, you take that hydrogen and use it as energy. So these are some studies that some countries are working on right now to figure out how to combine these different technologies to prevent these instances where you have intermittent feed. I hope that answered the question.
Okay, I think this is linked to the next question. I think the first question was specifically asking for residential application where you have a lot of investment at the beginning. So those who do not have a high income, maybe it's very difficult to get access to pay for this. Maybe some kind of business innovation is required in that case. So this link to the second. Yeah. So
I can just make a comment.
Sure. Yes. Go ahead.
So in terms of economics, there are some projects. For example, in Peru, there is this organization where they go to poor areas in Peru and it's donated, and it's volunteers donate their time and they actually make the windmills from scratch and install it on houses. And this will help those poor areas to get electricity, especially for kids now where we have virtual learning. So they have enough power to power their cell phones or to power their laptops. Because before they will have to go to like a central location in order to get power to recharge their phones. So there are some NGOs now that are investing in windmills and solar panels. Another example is in Guyana. In Region 9, they don't have access to cell phones, internet, or electricity, and they depend solely on solar panels because it's the forest is Amazon. And again, this is sponsored by NGOs or the government. So that's just adding to that question.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's very interesting. I would say. Okay, let's move to the next question from Franz Sinaga. So, yeah, he asked 3 questions actually. Yeah. How do you think solar PV system could be used for, I think this is for large scale, yeah? Because I see not really much on the country use it now. I think it has been answered, yeah, before. Maybe you want to add some more?
You can repeat, who is it? Is
so
it
from Franz Sinaga. Francinaga, yeah.
Okay, can you repeat the question for me, please?
Okay, sure. Yes. How do you think solar PV system can be used massive in the future? Because I see not really much the countries use it now on. I think how to make this PV more affordable, something like that. Yeah.
It's interesting because in Latin America, in North America, they do use solar panels. For example, I have family in New Jersey and New York, and the lights have solar panels on them. Even in Trinidad, our street lights are solar panel powered. So you could use it in simple applications like that. I don't know about your generation, but my generation, we actually had solar watches before they were operated by battery. And our calculators were operated by solar panels as well. So they took that little concept and they make it bigger now. And I think a lot of countries, I think even in Dubai, they have solar panels on the buildings. So I guess it depends on the region as well, where the use of solar panels.
All right. So here the second question is, do you think solar PV system can be fast loaded energy and distribute soon to society rapidly? I think this is about fast charging to the battery. Or do you want to comment on it? Yes.
I don't think so. I think, again, it's very intermittent. So this is why a lot of companies, for example, Siemens Energy, they're working on combining the different type of sustainable energy together.
All right. I think it's depending on the light intensity maybe as well, yeah? The more light that you have, the faster that, but the fast or the slow, the charging is it's all about the inverter and the battery itself, capability of those two. So number 3, do you think solar PV system can be cheap bill for consumers? Maybe this is...
I don't understand your question.
Yeah, I also don't understand this one. I think whether he's referring to can we afford solar PV in a cheap way, or can we get the electricity per kilowatt hour in a cheap way from the solar PV? I think either of maybe both of these. Do you want to comment on that? And I'm just trying to improvise his question since we don't understand the question itself. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know.
All right then. All right. It's okay. So let me go through to the next question. So here from Halason Simanjuntak, we know in general renewable energy investment is very large and high, such as solar system, geothermal, and etc. How can you convince investor into a country to start and invest their money in it, while on the other hand, the price of coal and oil, which is fossil energy, is very high and very tempting? Then, in your opinion, of course, engineer perspective, it is possible fossil fuel and renewable energy can work together, or do you have to choose one? I'm asking because there are some similarities between Brazil and Indonesia in terms of geography. Thanks.
Okay. So the use of any new technology comes down to governments and policies and what's being pushed. So yes, the price of oil is currently high, and I'm pretty sure you're aware in my region, we have recent discoveries in Guyana, Suriname, and Brazil. So this is a challenge we are facing here. Whereas you have, especially in poorer countries like Guyana, which is a very poor country, they're finally seeing some wealth, right? But then they have the challenge where Europe and Middle East, they are pushing renewables, especially in France, in Germany, the UK. But it comes down to policy and governments. So because of COP21, because of the Paris Agreement, these are the reasons why investors will be put under pressure to invest in renewables or to invest in sustainable systems, right? The reality is, at the end of the day, oil and gas is finite. We are going to run out at some point. And we all estimate that by 2050, the production will be decreased and the increase in sustainable energy will go up. And a perfect transition, let's say, is hydrogen. So right now, we need gas, natural gas, to produce blue hydrogen. And we need to develop hydrogen technology, make sure it's functioning, make sure it's economical before we go into green hydrogen. And green hydrogen would only become more affordable when the price of solar panels or the price to produce solar energy and wind energy decrease, as well as the cost to make hydrogen energy, which involves the actual electrolysis, the batteries, etc., decrease. So for now, we need to work with developing a lot of research and development in renewable energy and hydrogen, and still invest in oil and gas. But by 2050, once we have more affordable, sustainable energy, oil and gas production would be decreased.
Okay. All right, thank you. So next question from Shirley. First of all, thank you for insightful material that you presented. And the question number one is, in your opinion, what type of renewable energy is the most widely used today? And the second one, what challenge do we have to face when using wind energy? I think you mentioned this briefly in your presentation. Maybe you want to emphasize this a little bit more, please.
Right. So right now, I think the two mainly used technology is solar energy and wind. And we have a lot of offshore wind projects, especially again in the UK. The challenges, it comes back to the frequency, the intermittency. Another example, during the day you have solar energy, right? You could power everything, but then in the night you don't have solar energy. So what would you depend on? I live in a tropical region in the Caribbean, so sometimes there's rain. When rain is falling, the intensity of the sun would be less, so you would have less energy being produced as well. Wind, your wind speeds will not always be high, and this is why you do wind studies. A lot of time before you decide where to put a windmill or where to even put solar panels, you do studies, and the wind study will help you determine the ideal point to place your windmill. But even if you place your windmill at this point, it doesn't mean you will always have the same energy, because sometimes the wind might be higher, sometimes the wind might be lower. So these are the challenges with using any source of sustainable energy. A next example, hydropower. Sometimes you will have higher flow in your river and then in other periods you will have lower flow. So again, in Guyana, in the Caribbean, we have sun or rain, right? So during the sun period, the rivers are low, so the amount of hydropower produced will be low. But then when we're in the rainy season, the water level rises, the power in the rivers rises, so you will get more energy then.
All right. I hope that's. By the way, have you been to Indonesia, Cassandra?
No, maybe one day.
Okay, yeah, one day you can feel the similarities between the one in Caribbean and in the one in Indonesia. We have, I think it's pretty similar, except that you have this more seasonal cloudy weather in our country. Yeah,
I need to visit Asia Pacific one day.
Yeah, you should. Yeah. All right, so we move to the next question from Siti Nurhayati. But thank you for your lesson. Yeah, do you think using wind turbine technology as a power source in the equatorial region is a good thing or not? Because at the equator, sometimes we experience extreme weather. And how about the price for make or buy wind turbine? Thank you. I think this is very good. Yeah. Okay, please.
So again, I'm not too familiar with the equator. I'm guessing that would be, I'm thinking of where that is located. But the main thing is doing a wind study. And for example, there are parts in the US, in California, they have wind farms. Pennsylvania, I've seen windmills in Pennsylvania as well. And sometimes, let's say if it's just to power a house or a small farm, one windmill might be enough or two windmill. It depends on the size. I think the last part of the question has to do with cost, right? So again, the cost of a windmill would depend on the some factors that I went through in the presentation. And it comes down to the size of the windmill itself, the size of the blades, the material that you use. Because you could build really cheap windmills, simple windmills that volunteers build in Peru for the poor areas, right? And these, everything is fabricated, everything is cheap. The rotors, they come in from the US, they're prefabricated, and the volunteers just put it together. And I think the material is very cheap, it's very light. So you can actually build your own windmill and solar system home. Don't go and try and blow up your house and then say, I tell you to do it. But you could experiment and buy the materials online. On Amazon, there are kits that you could buy to build your own solar panels and build your own windmills. And the prices vary, but some are very economical and cheap.
Okay, something that you can build yourself, yeah? As long as you don't blow out your house. Maybe you experienced that before. Yeah.
I am not an electrical engineer, so.
All right, then. Okay, so here another question from Ismawati to you. How is the development of regulation of nuclear technology as energy for sustainable development in international, regional, and national? I'm not sure if you have discussed about that, but
no,
in case you want to comment.
I'm not familiar with nuclear energy, but I don't think it's a sustainable source of energy. I think nuclear is more renewable. I'm not too sure about it.
Okay, I agree. Okay, thank you. Okay, here another question from Talia Robinson. This is from Trinidad and Tobago, UTT. Yeah? First, great presentation, Cassandra. In your opinion, do you think that a lot of countries where economies driven by fossil fuel are taking long to make the transition to renewable sustainable energy? If so, why? Do you see enough effort for the push, in your opinion? Maybe this is happening in Trinidad and Tobago.
Tyler, you're talking about Trinidad. Yeah. She's talking about Trinidad.
Yeah, I can guess that one. Yeah, all right.
Trinidad, we've had oil and gas for 100 years and it has decreased, and our country is very hesitant in renewables. And it's something that amazes me, because if you go up the islands, like you go to San Lucia or even the Bahamas, further up, they invest a lot in renewables and they are way more advanced. And it's because they have the need for it. Electricity is expensive there, and they have to find a way to get electricity and make it affordable. In Trinidad, because it's one of the wealthiest Caribbean countries, also because we have oil and gas, our electricity has actually been subsidized. So our government loses money. Our gas that we put in our cars is subsidized. And whenever the government removes those subsidies, the price of everything goes up, everyone complains, right? So in these instances, it comes down to the government, it comes down to politics, it comes down to policies. The people of the country themselves have to want to drive that energy transition. And as mentioned before, investors, they need to want to drive that energy transition. One of the reasons why I got so involved in renewable energy is because I used to work DNB, and we have oil and gas. I worked in oil and gas, but I also got exposure to the energy section of DNB. And my research, my master's was in CCUS, and my PhD is in CCUS with a bit of hydrogen and biopolymers. So while I was in Trinidad in DMV, we tried to push for more wind, right? Doing wind studies, trying to push with the ministry itself. But there's a lot of pushback, and there's a lot of, Tyler, you know how it works in Trinidad, politics and stuff like that. So if there's not the right agency or the right people driving the energy transition, it's not going to happen. And that is why the UK and stuff are more advanced, is because they have the agencies that are pushing for energy transition, as well as the YPs and the students. For example, the Italian section, I'm part of the Society of Petroleum Engineer. And one of the lecturers from a university in Milan was telling me, if they put that logo on anything now, the students are not coming because they want to hear about the energy transition. They want to move in that direction, and they don't want to support anything that has petroleum engineer on it. So those are the differences, I think, in terms of why the energy transition is moving ahead in some countries and not in other countries.
All right. I think with that ends the second session here. Apologize for not accommodating all of your question. Maybe if you have further question, I'm sure that Cassandra will be happy to take it later on. All right. Once again, thank you, Cassandra, for your very nice, comprehensive overview. And now it's time for giving a certificate. So I hand it over back to the organizer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Gide. Thank you so much, Mrs. Cassandra, for the amazing presentations. And for the certificate, it will be given by Tajun Latansha as the project of Space Up 4.0. And we will take a documentation first.
Okay, are you ready? I will count from 1. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more time. 1, 2, 3. Okay, then I'll give it back to MC.
Okay, thank you, Mercy. And for the next sessions, we will have an introduction from PT Pertamina Persero, and before that, we want to say thank you very much for our 2 amazing speakers, and we hope that you have a good healthy, and then you will keep safe from the COVID-19, and we hope that in your country now it's already reduced the COVID-19 populations, and we hope that we can see you soon, and maybe you can come to our country and visit our university. And then without further ado, we will move to another sessions, which is the introduction of PT Pertamina Persero as the greatest energy company in Indonesia. So is there anyone in here from PT Pertamina Persero? Hello? Is there any representative of PT Pertamina Persero in here? And are you connected to us, sir? For the committee, may I know, is the representative already in here?
From PT Pertamina Persero, for the promotion video, will by video.
Oh, all right. So we will see a video of an introduction of PT Pertamina Persero. Okay. So guys, you may already know PT Pertamina Persero is one of the greatest energy company in Indonesia. So without further ado, maybe for the operator, you can start the video for the participants to know the PT Pertamina Persero itself. Okay. I'm sorry, but we can't hear any sounds in here.
Indonesia is abundant with energy, which is produced from various sources in various forms and is continuously moving the dynamics of every life, every day. Pertamina has continued to be the leader for more than 6 decades, with commitments to perpetually innovate in bringing energy to life. Consistently giving the most in every exploration, production, and other business activity to produce the best energy worldwide. Delivering energy evenly to cities, to remote frontiers, so that everyone can use their energy and move forward together. Various initiatives are taken in developing renewable energy, such as geothermal, solar cell, biofuel, lithium battery, and even electricity. Together with its affiliates, Pertamina is committed to achieve energy sustainability, fuel the economy, and build the future. Pertamina ensures that energy is also available for the environment, education, healthcare, and community empowerment. Pertamina believes that every continuous innovation is the energy to step forward. Pertamina is the energy, driving force of progress for every part of life.
All right, let's hit it to the other amazing speakers. We will have 2 other speakers, and I will give it back to Mr. Gede. Mr. Gede, are you here? Okay, are you ready, sir?
Okay, yes.
Quite the other 2 speakers.
Okay, so we move to the next speaker, is it?
Yep, yeah.
All right then. Okay, let me take it over again. So welcome back to the 3rd season. Yeah, I think maybe. Yeah, that's right. So for the 3rd speaker, we are very glad to have. Can you show the slide, please? The slide that you have. Organizer. Or maybe I can do it myself. Okay, the 3rd speaker is Pak Putra Adhiguna. Yeah. Pak Putra Adhiguna, are you joining with us?
Yes, Pak Gede, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Let me turn on my camera.
All right. Okay, in the meantime, let me go briefly to his profile. So he's energy economics and policy specialist. Yeah, graduated from Bandung Institute of Technology in 2005. It's my senior actually. And then continuing his study in business school at Texas A&M in the US, and then another master of public policy in London School of Economic and Political Science. Very interesting. He has a number of experience from 2020 till now. He's working as an energy economics and policy specialist at Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis, as well as advisory panel in Southeast Asia Energy Transition Partnership. He has a license and certificate in advanced open water diver. This is diving, I guess. Interesting. Policy coherence toward sustainable development goal. Yeah, and join me to welcome Pak Putra Adhiguna. Yeah, so you'll be given around 20 to 25 minutes to inspire us, and another 10 to 15 minutes for the question and answer. And please do check from time to time your chat box when the time is up. Yeah. So without further ado, we are very looking forward to hear your talk. Please.
Thank you very much, Mas Gede. I call Mas Gede saja. Maybe we're about the same age. So thank you very much for the invitation today. I'm the Honorable Professor Wiratmaja, as the Rector of the University of Pertamina. all the big family of University of Pertamina. It's been a great pride to be part of this session today. Previously we hear about the talk from Mr. César, talking about many things about knowledge is in your hand, and also from Ms. Cassandra, and later on maybe from Mas Anifo. So let me share my screen for a moment. Can you see my screen? Just double check. Mas Gede, is the screen visible?
Yes, now there you go. Yes, we can see it.
Thank you very much. So today we talk about many things about the energy sector in the global side. Mr. César shared a very good perspective. And I'd like to bring it a bit closer to home, to Indonesia and the developing country context. So today I hope it's going to be a relaxed discussion, right? So hopefully there's going to be a few good questions. Now bear with me, it will be a lot of slides, but a lot of slides will usually be a lot of pictures. So there's about 40 slides, but let me go through it very quickly. Yeah. So let's start. So I'll start with the wider context of the Sustainable Development Goals, and I'll talk about what is the role of energy in this SDG, and what is the national context for many countries, including Indonesia. In conclusions, what I'd like the audience here to take away is that there is a changing landscape out there, and that we need to acknowledge that what happens in Indonesia, we need to make sure that our policy remains resilient and competitive. We also need to assess the probability of success of the many plans that we have. So let's begin with that, and let's take it. SDG, as you know, is a combination of many things. I will not be going into this in greater details, but as you can see, there's about 17 components, and energy is entitled to many parts of it. But since we have a very limited time, I'll only stick to one, affordable and clean energy. Now, when we say affordable and clean energy, what exactly do we mean? Now, I'd like to ask you to imagine for a moment that the world that we live in is really a combination of many things, but mostly it's about competition for food, water, and energy. Now imagine for a moment, suppose that we are able to extract all those salt water from the sea indefinitely. We will be able to provide unlimited amount of water. But what is needed is going to be an energy. And what is needed to produce food is also coming, a lot of these comes from the energy sector, which is the fertilizer, how we grow the food, how we make a lot of people able to access the food. It relies on many things, on water and energy. So suppose for a moment that today we have an unlimited free resource of energy. We literally will have a lot of resource to be shared across the world. So this is why when we talk about energy, it's very correlated with many things in the SDGs and a lot of these components as well. Now, I'd like to bring up the three priorities of, let's begin on the left side. Supply, price, and stability and competitiveness. For people to have a good SDG goals, talking about energy, we need these three things. We need energy to have a good supply, a good price, and stability and competitiveness. So I'll frame this in several discussions which involve what does the investment landscape look like, what is the relation between energy commodities and renewable energy, and also how has Indonesia been doing in its, and when we talk about public support in the energy sector. Now, globally, the world energy supply looks like this. I'm sure many of you are familiar, about 80 to 90% of the global energy structure is shaped by the fossil fuel. And with a lot of consumption in energy, there's a lot of greenhouse gas emissions that's being emitted. And this brings us to the importance of having the energy transition. So the energy emissions is tightly correlated with the energy generation, and therefore there is a great need for us to move slowly into the energy transition. Now the speed at which it needs to be done is actually quite fast. But in here you can see that there are two different worlds that is generating the emissions. The developed countries, which has had the privilege of developing before the developing countries, in here in the blue color, and also those in the orange and yellow colors. You can see China, India, and Indonesia is part of this. So we also need to look at it from a historical context that every country would be behaving differently in the energy transition. Now, before we go deeper, the map that you look in front of you, the darker colors mean it's richer countries. We're looking at the GDP per capita. So we're basically looking at two different worlds. There are those who has already been much more advanced, and there are those that are still in between, and there are even those that are least developed countries. Now, Indonesia is somewhere in between. And we're part of the lower middle income, sometimes the upper middle income class, and so it's important to place this into context whenever we talk about energy, because the pathways that we will take maybe will be different, like in many other countries as well. It's also useful for us to also understand what does Indonesia export-imports. In short, what does our economy actually look like? On the left side, you can see that our export is structured mostly based on palm oil, coal, and a little bit of gas. And a lot of our imports come from importing oil, those in the brown color there, and a lot of transportation for transporting goods and tourism as well. So from here, we can clearly see that we're very much a very raw materials reliant countries, and that will need to be taken into account. But we also need to look at things realistically, what is happening today and what will likely take place within the next 20, 30 to 50 years. Now, let's talk about the energy transition. So with all the emissions, with all the challenges that we have to reach the SDG, one of the key goals is to reach a clean and accessible energy. Now, I'm trying to define this very simplistically. So energy transition comprises of 3 components: reducing high emission energy, electrification, and optimized consumption. So we'll go through a little bit about what each sector entails, because this is very important. You see the coal, oil and gas, biofuel, and so forth. The context for each country is different, and we have biofuel here, which is a big part of Indonesia's energy sector. So let's go through briefly so that all the attendants here and the audience can have a very broad trends that is shaping each sector. And we need to begin with the coal sector. The coal sector is the most prominent one in the energy transition discussion because there is a lot of talk about the emissions. What we need to understand is that there is happening a global investment retreat from coal as we speak today. There's about 100 major financial institutions going out slowly from coal and so forth and so forth. Now, Indonesia is the biggest coal exporter country in the world. Now, part of our GDP is about 2%. It's not big, but it's still a lot of people and a lot of jobs involved. It's important to notice that this trend is unlikely to go away. Now, what you also notice on the right side is the coal power capacity in Indonesia. You can see on the outside, there's a lot of investors. There's the Japanese, the Chinese, South Korea, and many, many others. The point I'd like to hit home here is that the investment will matter. When countries as far as Europe, as close as China is slowly backing out away from coal, the financing will stop. So therefore, when financing stops, people will make it very hard to do business, whether in the coal power or in the coal mining. So it will take time, but this is something that the audience here need to be familiar with. Now, the next point that I'd like to hit home is about the oil sector. Now, about 10, about 15 years ago, a lot of the discussion goes about talking about peak oil production, where there will be a time where the oil will peak, and then we will have so much difficulties getting oil. What apparently changes now is that the discussion goes from peak oil going to peak demand. Now, all in here, you can see a lot of predictions coming from various companies. Now, peak demand of oil will take place. You can see here that even companies like Saudi Aramco already suggest that it will take place. Saudi Aramco is the world's biggest oil companies. So it's very important that we need to acknowledge that there is a big trend that is happening slowly. But of course, oil and gas will likely remain critical to 2050 and beyond. Now, the scale of it, of course, will be different. But it's important to note that, again, peak demand will very likely take place. What is relevant to Indonesia and Asia Pacific, for example, is that we've seen a lot of persistent oil demand decline. There is a big, grand ambition to reverse the trend. So we'll see whether we can realize this. So because this is very important as we come to the later stage when we talk about volatility. This is a fact. What will happen in the forecast remains in your hand today. So all of you as an engineers, as an economist, it's all in your hand whether we will be able to reverse the trend. But this is a big trend that we need to acknowledge. The second part is that there is right now a global underinvestment in the oil and gas. Now this is very important to note that what's taking place today, you see an oil price going to 90. Don't be surprised for it to go to 100. Energy. Why? Because look at the investment charge. Between 2010, 2013 and 2014, there's so many investment going in Asia Pacific. but now it's been declining, and this will likely persist for quite some time. What you do when we still drive our cars, but the oil producer doesn't produce as much oil, is that you will see a supply-demand imbalance. So without a change in the demand structure, what will likely happen in the future is that there will be more volatility in the oil market. Now, one thing to keep in mind, some people like to say that, oh, this is oil price going because of the energy transition. I'd like to emphasize that it was not likely to be the case. Because what happened is usually when you got a very high investment, you see a very high oil price. And then in 2015, the oil price dipped very low, about $30 to $40, and the investment goes down. So this is just the usual market cycle. But what will happen in the future will likely change, yeah? Now, biofuel is something I'd like to discuss, just very briefly here, is that the key challenge in biofuel is this two words, competitiveness and sustainability. Competitiveness, what I mean is that biofuel inherently is more expensive than the regular fuel. So how we do it in Indonesia is that we give a lot of subsidies. Subsidies amount to about 51 trillion in 2021. So competitiveness, what I try to mean here is that when you have an energy source that needs to be subsidized very highly, that will in the end compromise the economic performance of the country. Now, this is going to be a long discussion. Maybe we can talk in the Q&A session. But what I also like to emphasize here is that the sustainability part is also important. Whenever we talk about palm oil, there's going to be a lot of talks about the forestry and deforestation. Now, palm oil is a very big industry. It's about 16 million hectares, and there's about 5 to 15 million workers in it. But it's also important to note that Indonesia still has a long way to go to improve our productivity in the palm oil sector, whether we're talking the smallholders, that is the small farmers, or whether we're talking about the technology on how to process those palm oil for the benefit of the Indonesian. Now, just a trigger of discussion, we can talk in the Q&A. On the right side, you see a chart of the patent applications for palm oil downstream production technology. Where do you see Indonesia on the chart? It's not on the map. So Indonesia has a lot of domestic palm oil patents, but it's not on the global map of the palm oil. So keep that in mind, and then we can revisit it once we talk about in the Q&A.
Okay, I'm sorry sir, to interrupt.
Yeah.
There is some black box in your presentation. Maybe you can redo the share screen again.
Hold on. Is it on top or is it?
It's on top.
It's on top. Yeah, let me. It's not hiding. Let me. Is it still there?
Wait, it's still loading. Yep, it's still there.
I'll just put it to the bottom. Is it still there?
I think it's better.
I pull it to the bottom. Let's see if it works. Yeah. Is it better?
Yep, is it better?
Okay. So yeah, that Zoom box didn't disappear. So the biggest trend that is also happening in your time and in your future is the renewable energy and battery declining costs. You can see that the wind and solar has declined substantially. Solar costs declined about 90% in the past 15 years, and the battery cost as well. But Indonesia still has a lot of potential. So due to limited time, we will not, of course, be discussing each of these potential. But this trend will shape your future, because what happened in the past with the expensive renewables will not happen in the future. So this will likely change the trend of where your future will be. Now let's move on to the next slide, the electrifications. After we talk about the upstream of energy supplies, let's talk about the midstream. What is the midstream of it? It's about changing the energy use to the electricity sector. But we have some lessons to be learned, yeah? Now, this is especially important for the young people here. In 2015, we made a lot of projection growth, right? We projected a growth of about 8.7%, but that never realized. What happened eventually is that the growth of electricity demand didn't grow as fast as we expected. And the outcome of that is that we see a lot of overcapacity. So today, you're seeing a lot of this. A lot of the power sector has been built upon the coal. And you can see that on the right side with the yellow, red marks there is that the excess capacity of the reserve capacity that we have is way above normal. You know, where 20 to 35% is normal, Now we have about 40, 50, even 60%. Now keep in mind this. This is the result of us forecasting too large. So we need to keep in mind that in the future, we need to be careful when we do a lot of forecasting. And we all need to consider that this is not due to COVID. This is really due to the planning forecast. An important part when we talk about energy is that in the past, energy, when we talk about renewable energy, people like to talk, oh, renewable energy is electricity. Well, the problem is electricity is only about a quarter of the world energy consumption. A big part of those are molecule fuels. Molecule fuels are anything that you can take away. It's anything like coal, gas, oil in your tanks and so forth. So a lot of this comes into these subcomponents, and a lot of these needs to change. But what happens right now is that we are increasingly adopting the electric vehicles. This is still slow today, but the key I'd like to highlight here is that in the past, the transportation sector and the electricity sector is almost completely separate. Today, it is intertwining. So what will happen is that in the past, the oil producer and the coal producer is unrelated, but today it will intertwine, it will be connected. So Indonesia should be aiming for this big ambition. We should be aiming to have all the vehicles on the road to be electrified as soon as possible. Of course, while growing the renewable energy capacity. People will say, well, the cars are expensive. My quick answer to that, it depends on how you see it. On the right side here, you see a lot of cars. Take a guess, where is the biggest car electricity vehicle market today? It's not Tesla, it's China. China today can produce EV at a price lower than 100 million rupiah. So when we talk about, oh, well, Indonesia's car right now is still expensive. Well, yeah, but we need to strive to develop it more and more because we need to compensate for the production of oil that is currently in decline. Now, the last slide for this part of energy transition, I'm only going to revisit it once about optimizing consumption. Why I don't want to emphasize too much is really because Indonesia's electricity consumption is not that big. But one thing that I like to point out here is that as we use energy, we need to make sure it's being used efficiently. Look into Indonesia's energy standards. How are we improving the fuel efficiency of our cars? How are we improving the air conditioning efficiencies? As we're in tropical countries, we use a lot of air conditioning. Are we doing better or are we doing worse? Now, keeping in mind that whenever we talk about energy, there's a lot of talk about primary energy. There's 500 million tons of coal being produced. Keep in mind that out of 500 million tons of coal, 70% of those will be wasted as rejected energy. But when you talk about electricity generation from renewable, like from example here, like the one on top, let's say, solar and wind. When people say we generate 10 megawatt hour, that's the whole electricity production. So be careful whenever you're making comparison between the primary energy and what's the actual energy that we actually use. Because a lot of those are actually being wasted. It's like when you drive a car, some of those energy becomes heat, but some of those also becomes the movement of the car. Now, a snapshot of Indonesia, I hope you can see it clearly in here, is that I just want to point out that Indonesia has a very long history of producing oil, from the 1850s. We were the biggest LNG producer in the 1970s. Then we become a net oil importer. And then we have the second biggest geothermal, and probably one of the biggest biodiesel producer in the world. But one thing I also want to point out is that during this period, we had a lot of changes. As close as 20 years ago, almost half of our state budget comes from the oil and gas. And today, about less than 10%. So there's a lot of changes that's been happening. So we need to also look into it very closely and pay very close attention on the history. Now, just hit the high notes. What is the national motivations? Government income is always one. Economy for the publics, and of course for the stability of the people. So whenever we talk about energy, this really boils down to these three components. We talk about energy, it's always going to be about economy, incomes, and stability of the monetary. Now, one thing which I want to emphasize here is that when we talk about equitable energy, berkeadilan, of course, number one is we need to look into where our subsidies are going. LPG, for example. 88% of Indonesia LPG consumption are subsidized. Now let me ask you this, all you young generations out there. Do you believe that almost 90% of Indonesians are poor? Because I don't believe that. So what happens is that whenever we have a subsidies and then the allocation becomes distorted and compromised, it will be challenging for the whole country. So this only happens about 50 years after the kerosene conversion going to LPG. And now there is talk about, let's change LPG to coal, to gas and whatnot. So be careful in whatever we're doing, because when we need a plan for the next 30 years. We cannot keep on making plans for the next 10 years and then change the plan 10 years later. 10, 15 years ago, we were talking about kerosene. And then we shifted to LPG and saying LPG is the answer. And now we're saying we don't have LPG, we need to shift it to something else. So especially for all of you in the young generation, keep in mind that a lot of these imported LPG, I'm sure has been forecasted 10 to 15 years ago. So we need to also keep in mind what will happen in the next 15 to 20 years, whatever steps that we will take. A good part about electrifications and the transition of energy is that we're able to generate electricity much more distributively. Ms. Cassandra pointed out about the sustainable energy generation, like the PV in here. And in the past, we were talking about big coal plants, big oil, diesel plant, but now we can generate electricity in more remote areas. You can see here that those of us located in the Java island, we're still lucky. The lighter color shows that the electricity is stable. But those in darker colors shows there is a lot of challenge, lots of blackouts and things like that. So when we talk about the national context, keep in mind those two things. Are we allocating the subsidies correctly? And secondly, are we allocating it distributively across the regions? Now, as we've seen a lot of the change in the coal market, a lot of the change in the oil and gas demand, and some changes in the renewable sector, what I am worried personally is, are we dealing with a volatile future? The cycle in oil and gas is normal, right? Sometimes price goes up, price goes down. That just happens forever. But when people talk about gas as a transition energy, you can see here is a chart going as far back as 1990s. And you can see just recently, in the past 6 months, the price of gas just goes through the roof. It literally multiplies by a factor of 10. Now, the biggest challenge that probably will face your generation is that the investment community may be worried about investing a lot for example, coal sector. Because when you invest in something, it's an investment for 30 years. But how would you invest when the future is uncertain? So you will see a supply-demand imbalance that probably will become a bit more worrying. And one thing that also note is that when we talk about energy transition, most of us talk about supply. We talk about PV, nuclear, this and that. But a little attention is being paid on the demand. We don't talk a lot about how do we have a more efficient demand, how do we manage the demand, both in the developed countries and the developing states. Yeah? Because what is the biggest danger when we face this energy transition is likely a crisis in energy. And the energy is a very big sector, but even something as, in here you see a picture of a ship, if you remember about last year, there is a cargo ship that is blocking the Suez Canal for some time. Even that, a single ship caused a lot of disruption in the global energy sector. Then there is in here is a France fuel oil price demonstration. Texas has a winter last year. And also, like if you notice the news about Ukraine and Russia, a single pipeline can cause a big disruption in the energy price in Europe. So there's going to be a lot of usual stuff. The usual stuff means a lot of cycles. But one thing that you need to ask yourself, the whole talk about energy transition and climate attention, ask yourself this question: will the attention on climate crisis subside or not? My answer to that is very unlikely. So I'm guessing it's going to be proceeding regardless of whatever is happening on the energy market. So politics will be important. But keep this in mind. So whenever you talk about energy transition, always keep an eye about what the Europeans are doing. Of course, Indonesia has our own policies, but keep in mind about what the investors will be looking at. So let's go to the next slide. About energy demand projections. You can see
Pak Putra. Just to remind that the time is almost up, actually.
Okay, all right, Pak. Let me finish it up. So energy demand will likely be rise, and Indonesia has a lot of trade balance issues, yeah? But at the end of the day, when we talk energy, we only need to talk about energy diversification. Yeah? So every country will have a different pathways. Now, I'm going to skip the gas. We can discuss it in a later stage. But one thing that Indonesia is going to be part of the global value chain, and we need to make sure that our products is exportable. And a lot of companies are limiting the amount of emissions from their production chain. So keep that in mind. Now, this is two closing slides. On the left side, we see the big news about Indonesia building a battery factory. $1.1 billion sounds like a lot. Well, guess what? The biofuel subsidy costs us about $3.6 billion every single year. So when we want to invest in Indonesia's future, we need to look very closely. Are we investing in high-cost energy, which may not be competitive in the next 30 years, or are we investing for the future? So this is just to trigger a lot of questions in your mind. Yeah. So in conclusions, volatility, demand rise, and a lot of this challenge will take place. There's going to be a lot of opportunities, of course, whether in the oil and gas sectors, in the coal sectors, gasifications, and whatnot, and so forth. A lot of people like to point out this single factor, is that, well, Indonesia electricity per capita consumption is low. So yeah, we'll take our time. We'll do our energy transition in the next 30 years. My tips for those of you who are interested in this is that look at India. India today has the same level of per capita electricity consumption like Indonesia. But look at where they're heading with their renewable energy, green hydrogen, and a lot of new commitments. So look into this both as a challenge, but more importantly as an opportunity. But what changes we can introduce to our countries. Yeah? This is my last slide. So I'd like to say that the road ahead is uncharted. Why? Because you're dealing with so many factors happening at once. The energy sectors is different. The oil and gas production in Indonesia is different. The biofuel is different. And the global investment climate is also different. So for those of you who are still young in this room, I hope you remain critical. You know, whenever you hear ideas, always hear the proponents and the opponents so that, you know, every country can shape a better path for the energy future. So I hope this summarized a few points about the SDG and energy. So you always need to keep in mind that SDG is not only about energy transition, but it's a big part of delivering energy in an affordable and a clean manner. So thank you very much. I hope I'm not over time by too long. Mas Gede, I'll return the screen to you. Yeah?
All right, thank you. That was very nice advice. Thank you, Pak Putra. Let's go to the question now. So you already have a question from Rafael asking, I want to ask to Mr. Putra Adhiguna, of course, an electric vehicle is using a battery, but what will happen if the lithium and other material of the battery has used up and nothing left? What we need to do to face that condition? Will we get back to conventional engine vehicle? Thank you.
Do I answer straight away, Mas Gede? Or?
Yes, you can answer it directly.
Thank you so much. So yeah, that's a very big question. And honestly, nobody in the world knows the answer. So right now, today, the world is really looking at a 10 to 15 years forecast for many things. Lithium is one, nickel is another, you know, cobalt, and so forth and so forth. But keep in mind a few things. Number one, where there is a price, there's going to be incentive to find more. This is similar like when the oil price was $60, there is no shale production. But as the oil price goes to 100, the shale production start to pop up in the United States. So there's always going to be a lot of new business ideas to generate a lot of the mining sectors. But second part is that when we talk about batteries, keep in mind also that what is happening today is a lot of innovations. So you're seeing battery composition vary widely, you know, those nickel-rich, high nickel, low nickel, and so forth and so forth. So producers is already starting to anticipate this. They're already thinking like this. Okay, if in the next 5 years nickel price will be high, what chemicals do we switch it to? So this discussion is already ongoing. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of innovation as well in how they're going to structure the battery sector. So I hope that answers the question. So number one, I think the price will be the incentives. But the second part as well is that the chemicals will likely continue to evolve as we come to the future.
All right, thank you. I hope that's answered your question, Rafael. And the next question is that, from Franz Sinaga to Mr. Putra. Number one, what better energy we use now on to produce electricity? Air energy, water energy, or solar energy? Because I see we have abundance energy that we cannot optimal use them. Maybe you may want to answer the first question.
Sure, thank you, Mas Gede. I think it has to be a combination of many things because there is no silver bullet to this question. Right? We have geothermal, which can provide a stable energy. We have some solar capacity, but I think the key talk about this is that the solar has an edge in terms of scale. A lot of my colleagues ask me, what about the sea current? There's tidal wave and so forth and so forth. All of those will likely be imported maybe in the future. But what is distinctly different with the solar is that they're able to go at scale very rapidly. So like Indonesia right now, we have barely any solar capacity. But once you scale that up into, let's say, 1 gigawatt, 2 gigawatt, 10 gigawatt, you'll start to see the cost going down further. While the difference is that when you have a younger technology, let's say a tidal wave technology, you put a single plant, and then another plant in the next 5 years, and then another plant in the next 15 years. That will take some time to have the economics of scale. So I do have a big hope about the solar development in Indonesia, but as well about the geothermal. I hope that's the first two starting point for Indonesia.
All right. I think that's also answered the second question here, but let me read it through. How do you think if we diversify energy based on land-owned energy? Maybe this is part of the answer from question number one.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure I understand the question, Mas Gede.
Yeah,
but,
me too.
So
I was trying to provide.
If I can just add one thing, I don't know whether you're asking land-based energy, but a big part of the discussion is about biomass. Yeah. Indonesia is a big country. Let me put a single statistic to you. Vietnam export about 2.5 million tons of wood pellets to Japan and Korea today. Indonesia is about 200,000. Now compare Indonesia and Vietnam on the map, and you can see that we have a lot of challenge about the biomass sector. But one thing I'd like to point out is while biomass can provide some answer, we need to make sure that it is sustainably sourced, because this will likely be under great scrutiny globally. Because even today, a lot of countries that use biomass will slowly being pressurized to make sure that how do you source it, how do you get it, how do you transport it, and so forth and so forth. So I hope that adds a little bit of the question.
All right. Yeah, perfect. Okay, question from Aini Syahrunisa. Excuse me, I want to ask about, has Indonesian coal ever been embargoed?
Embargo in the sense of overseas market? I don't think so. Now, one realistic point about this discussion is that our biggest export market is China and India and other countries like Japan, Korea, and so forth. It is impossible for them to suddenly stop all the coal export. It's impossible. Coal is just so much part of their economy. India coal mix is about 70%. China, about that range, about half. So it's impossible that we'll be facing sudden changes. But what we do need to do is to anticipate what will change in the future. So that's the challenge of your generation, right? Because when the change starts happening, it can take place very rapidly. But today, let's say in the next 5 to 10 years, nobody has been doing any embargo of Indonesian coal so far.
All right, I think we still have time for a question, but there is no more question here. Maybe I can add a little bit in here. Yeah, this is the same question that I asked to the previous speaker. To Pak Putra, Adhiguna. Of course, when you were young, maybe I'm not sure if you've been exposed to a lot about energy issue or something like that. So maybe you can tell us a little bit to many young generation in here what you wish you knew when you were young, like in their age, to foresee the future challenge, as you mentioned before.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good question. I think to me, there's only one answer. I hope there are more people who are willing to speak more frankly about the future of Indonesia. Because what I see happening is that each sectors are trying to, let me put it very mildly, sell their dreams. So when we talk to the coal sector, they will tell you all the good dreams about the coal. When we talk about the renewable people, they will tell you all the good dreams about renewables, and also with the oil and gas, and so forth and so forth. So I think if there's only one thing that I can hopefully ask is that there's a lot of healthy discussions, people from experienced people who are willing to share a realistic take of what is Indonesia's plan. Because today, I'm sure the young generation, when they open the news, they open the news or watch the TV, they say, oh, the ministers say we will do X. A lot of us take it for granted. This will happen. Now that's why on my last slide, I put that note about always stay critical, because some of those goals are not technical goals. Those are political goals. What I'm trying to say is that always put a probability of success on Indonesia's plan. And from that, you can chart a better way for your own future. And try to listen more to other people across the sector, because what tend to happen if, for example, I'm an oil and gas people and I only speak 99% of my time with the oil and gas people, you will never know what's happening outside of your sector. And I think it's all going to be very interesting. You need to talk with the people in the finance, in the transportation, and so forth. I think it's very useful. I guess that's my short answer, Mas Gede.
All right, very well. I totally agree. I think it's very good advice too. So unfortunately, I've been notified by the organizer about the time. We have a very limited time in here, and we need to stick with that. Although there are still 3 more questions. So I'm not sure, but maybe Pak Putra Adhiguna will be very happy to take that question if you address to him directly.
Yeah,
that's
sure.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So please, Halason Simanjuntak, Pak Wahyu, and the one from ITB, Hilal Firdaus. Maybe you can ask your question directly to Pak Putra. Okay. All right then. Thank you, Pak Putra Adhiguna.
Thank you so much, Mas Gede, for all the participants and for all the committees. Again, it's a great honor to be here, and I hope I can share. I hope there's anything that's useful for you to take in your future. Thank you again.
Sure, I think there will be. All right. With that, I hand it over back to the organizer, please.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Gede, and thank you so much, Pak Putra, for the very insightful material. And we will do a moment of appreciation now for Tajun. Are you here?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Rana. I would like to say thanks so much for Mrs. Putra Adhiguna, because it's very insightful material and also memorable. And I think it's will beneficial for all participants present here. And I'm from committee who will get a certificate for Ms. Putra Adhiguna for appreciate this, because Mr. Putra will come with me right now.
Thank you so much, Mas Tajun.
Yeah.
All right, for the committee of documentation, maybe you can take a picture. And for Pak Putra, Mr. Gede, and Tajun, you can smile brightly right now.
Okay, are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more time. 1, 2, 3. Okay, then I'll give it back to MC.
All right, thank you, Mercy. Thank you, Tajun, and I will give it back to Mr. Gede.
Izin pamit, Mas Gede dan semua rekan-rekan. Thank you again for the invitation.
Okay,
Sehat selalu,
thank you,
ya.
Pak Putra. Keep in touch. Sehat selalu. All right, so we move to the last speaker. So we are happy to have.
Sorry, Mr. Gede, but before
Yes.
we have the next speaker, we will have a break time first.
Oh yeah, okay, that's right. All right. Yeah, please, I hand it back to the MC now.
All right. Maybe I will handle it. So guys, it's already more than 4 hours. I think you guys been together with us in here. So for the break time, you can have eat or maybe taking a break to Salat. I think we will have a 30 minutes break. So please be back in here after 30 minutes and we will start again for another insightful sessions from Mr. Andovireska Lopez. And without further ado, maybe we will start the clock for the break time right now and see you guys in another 30 minutes. Thank you. Have a good rest.
Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada di tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu,
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu,
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu,
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu,
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you. Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu,
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
All right, the time is up. I hope everyone have a good quick class. And for Mr. Gede, hi sir, are you connected to us?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you. How's the break time, sir?
Yeah, I think that's enough. It was in a bit hurry, yeah, especially for weekend.
Yeah. Have you drank enough water today, sir? It's a quick reminder.
Yeah, I have it in my table. Yeah, but thank you. Don't worry about it.
All right. Let's continue to the next sessions. I will give it back to Mr. Gede.
Okay, thank you, MC Rona. Let's get it back to our last speaker, but not least. So today it's going to be different because so the organizer asked me to do it in a more interactive way, right? So it's going to be talk show, yeah, from the one and only Andovireska Lopez, yeah, or we know him as Andovi, maybe. Andovi does not need so much introduction. Many of us know him already from social media, but he's also an artist, and maybe few of you knows that he's also practicing martial art. All right, let me join me to welcome Andovi if he's around. Andovi, are you joining with us?
Hello, how everybody? How are you?
Good to see you, man.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. Yeah.
Yes.
Exciting, yeah.
Yeah, it's very exciting. It's very exciting to be here. I'm so glad you're here. How are you, everybody? It's Saturday here in Indonesia. Saturday, 12:30. So let's get it. Let's get it going.
Yeah. All right then. So before, I think it's nice if we have some introduction from him. Although we know him as a artist, actor, inspirations, YouTubers, and so forth. But maybe few of you know him. Do not know him that he's actually having a background in law. Is that right, Andovi?
Yeah, I graduated from the Faculty of Law of the University of Indonesia in 2017. So yeah, I'm pretty old. I'm 28 years old, and yeah, I would love to share whatever I know and whatever I can to any of you here.
All right, then I think we're gonna discuss about that. Whether you consider 28 sure. as a young or old enough for the definition to call. But then he has lived in many different countries, including India, Norway, if I understood it correctly, following his parents, I guess. Yeah. Okay. So to start with, why don't you first introduce yourself, like maybe your childhood and how did you end up, like why did you choose this kind of career path for you? So do you think that you need to correct your some suggestion for us or something like that?
No, thank you, I appreciate it. So by the way, hi, how are you, everybody? For those of you who don't know me, my name is Andovireska Lopez, and they call me Andovi. I am 28 years old. So because of my mom's upbringing as a diplomat, I have lived around the world, mainly I grew up in Norway, Denmark, and I had a high school in India, and I went back to Indonesia to study law. Now, as I grew up, I always fell in the love of arts. I love art, I love music, I love everything to do with entertainment. And as I went through my Faculty of Law education in the University of Indonesia, I realized that my passion here is not becoming a lawyer. It's not becoming a lawyer. My passion is in the entertainment industry. So back in the day, back in 2011, when I bet all of you were like, I don't know how old you guys are here. So maybe you guys can write in the chat how old you guys are. So back in 2011, when I was 17, I started my first YouTube channel called Skinny Indonesian 24. Maybe for those of you who don't know Skinny Indonesian 24, me and my brother, Joe, we officially retired last year on the 24th of June, 2021. We retired and we've got such works as Prabowo versus Jokowi, DPR Musikal, Pentas Suara Indonesia. We've done many things that we have done as a career in the entertainment in YouTube. And now, officially, starting from January 2022, me and my brother, after 6 months of retirement, we're now working currently as the SVP, Senior Vice President and Chief Creative Officer in Narasi. So that's right now what we're doing right now. We're SVP and CCO, and now we're just trying to make education and entertaining content in Indonesia that's not only fun, but also entertaining and it can make people critically think. So that's what I am. I'm not as young as I used to be. I was, when I was 17, 18, 19, 20, I used to make videos every day. I used to make content, and now I'm more of the behind the scenes person at Narasi. And Narasi, I'm behind the scenes. I'm trying to make content that's bigger and trying to have hopefully good impact in Indonesia. So that's what I'm doing right now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So I'm curious actually. So you at the beginning here you mentioned that you study law. I'm not sure if this is because of your family or your parents, or this is from yourself, or if it is from yourself, then how do you see that your background in law shape your current future, or does it help, or there's no correlation at all? Or...
Yeah, thank you for that question. So, but the background is because of my mom's job as a diplomat and my father's job as an activist. So my father was an activist back in the day, rest in peace. All my family have been academics, every single part of my family. So my mom as a diplomat, my biggest brother is a doctor in FK, and now he's a doctor. My big brother Joe, who some of you might know, he studied nuclear physics. He studied nuclear physics in UI, and now as a high schooler going into university, I had so much pressure from my parents and my big brother. Right, all my big brothers are like doctors, nuclear physics. Like, what am I gonna do? Like, what do I have to do in life? And it was really fun because my mom just told me, Andovi, what do you like to do? And my mom was like, to speak. Yeah, go orangnya berisik, kata orang Indonesia. In Indonesians, they say you're very basic. And I'm like, you know what? And my mom said, Andovi, lawyers, all they do is talk. So go ahead, try to go to the University of Indonesia and try to go to law school. I did. I applied, got accepted. My first choice, got accepted in law. Now, in the first 2 semesters in my university degree, my law university degree, it was very, very unique because I was actually a very, very a good student. My IPK was above 3.6. I got accepted in United Nations, MUN. All of a sudden I realized that, oh my God, like I have a passion to make videos. I have a passion to entertain people. And in the 3rd semester, because of my YouTube videos back in the day in 2011, 2012, Raditya Dika contacted me to play Malam Minggu Miko. So this was back in 2012, 2013. And then afterwards I realized, oh, this entertainment career is really, really nice. It's fulfilling. I love doing it. However, I've always wanted to make entertaining videos with a message, right? And that's why, if you're asking me the question, did my faculty of law, did my law degree help me in who I am today? Of course it does. It taught me to think logically. It taught me to think critically. It taught me about Indonesia's law. It taught me about the situation that we have in Indonesia right now. So, does it directly translate to what I do in the entertainment industry? No. But there are so many indirect aspects of the law that helps me with who I am today. Reading contracts, setting up a company, knowing about the undang-undang in Indonesia. And that helps me creating my videos in the DPR Musika when I make Prabowo versus Jokowi. So doing all these things really, really helped me and shaped me who I am. Maybe not directly, but indirectly, right? So that's the story. And thank you so much for this thing, YouTubers, inspiration, and actor. I'm not a YouTuber anymore. I'm officially retired. That's not what I do anymore. But yeah, thank you so much for that. And to answer your question, yes, getting into law school really does help me, especially of what I'm doing right now. Working in Narasi, I'm sort of deconstructing about the laws that are currently happening in Indonesia through my content. So for those of you who are now studying in university or doing whatever you want, don't feel ashamed to think that, oh, I think I'm in the wrong thing. Oh, I think I'm not doing the right thing. everything, it's trial and error. For me, everything is trial and error. As the young generation, the youth today, don't be afraid to fail. Don't be afraid to go outside the box. Don't be afraid to do things outside of your comfort zone. And if you're in the sciences, which I'm assuming all of you here are in the sciences, right? To have a breakthrough in science, you need to think outside the box. All the great scientists in the world, all the great thinkers in the world had to think creatively outside the box. I mean, there was a very famous quote from Einstein. I forgot the quote where he said, genius is 99% creativity or something like that. I forgot the exact quote. But it's to become creative and see a problem outside the box where we can solve problems in our world, in our society. And this really helped me to grow and make my content as well.
All right, I think we can go back to that point, thinking out of the box. But I'm still curious, actually, to your personal life.
Yeah.
So, maybe like back in childhood, right? So, did you know that what you're going to do in the coming years, or it evolves over time, or tell us a little bit about it?
That's a great question. In my childhood, when back in primary school and middle school, when they ask you, what do you want to be? Mau gede jadi apa? What do you want to be when you grow up, right? I always answered ruler of the world. I was a stupid kid. I was like, ruler of the world. And my friends and my teachers asked me, what does that mean, Andovi? What do you mean ruler of the world? And I'm like, president? No, I just want to rule things. And as I grew older, I realized I just wanted to have that directly translated. I wanted to make a positive impact in whatever field that I do. And I really wanted, but I didn't know exactly, right? YouTube, nobody knew that YouTube could be a career back in the day. YouTube back in the day was a bunch of cat videos and a bunch of people singing online, right? Nobody knew the future and impact, the possibilities that are envisioned going in this digital space, right? Nobody knew back in the day. Now everybody's in the digital space. Everybody has an NFT. Everybody has cryptocurrency. Everybody is playing all that, right? But back in the day, this is all very, very new, right? So to answer your question, yes, the things that I did were evolved. It evolved slowly as I realized, but because of my upbringing, because I grew up in many different countries around the world, because of my mom's job, I learned to be adaptive. That's one of the skills, one of the soft skills that I really, really got to get was to be adaptive. Right? I had to adapt to every single situation, especially when I was good in the entertainment industry, in the digital industry. Everything moves so fast, right? Everything in the digital era moves so fast, and I had to learn to adapt. So I didn't lose my foundational sense of being. I did not lose who I am. I always wanted to make an impact through entertainment. I always wanted to make a positive impact in the world. So that's my foundation. But I always had to adapt and evolve with the times. Many people are usually stuck, right? Many people are usually stuck to whatever it is, and you adapt. And one of my most amazing stories is that, particularly in the sciences, I read a book. If any of you read the book, it's called the entire history of the world, or whatever. It's a very, very famous book where they had to tell the history of the world, and it always taught me that even famous scientists, when we're talking about Einstein, for example, right? Newton's law, right? Isaac Newton's law was considered to be the norm. It's considered to be the absolute foundational truth until Einstein came up and he was like, no, it is the truth, but we can somehow evolve and adapt to new thinkings, to new findings towards what was taught by Isaac Newton and his Newtonian mathematics. So that type of mentality where you can adapt and evolve to the situation is very important, especially in the current situation we are now, especially with the youth of Indonesia right now, where we have to be very adaptive and evolve through the times, right? So don't get stuck. Don't get stuck to the norms. Keep on evolving. Keep on trying to learn new things. That's one of the things I learned because of my upbringing.
All right, then I think that's a very nice advice. Don't settle, keep looking around, Okay, very well. So, there's also another question that maybe this is happening to you or not, but I'm over 30 as well, so not.
Okay. It's not about
Recording in
what
progress.
we are dealing with. Yeah. Could you comment a little bit on that?
Yes, that's excellent. My answer, okay, maybe a lot of you are going to have a different perspective or maybe criticize my answer. But let me give you an analogy. In life, okay, you can't see because this is a green screen. You can't see, but I'm holding a glass of water, right? I'm holding a glass of water. In life, I'm always a glass half full kind of guy. I'm very optimistic. I'm very positive, right? Right. That does not mean I'm always happy all the time, but I generally have a positive outlook in life. For me, as you grow older, I'm in my late 20s, late 20s, I'm 28. You're right in the sense that the reality sinks into the situation. And maybe we can't do what we dreamt of in our early 20s. However, in my perspective, I don't see any fault in life to keep on dreaming big, no matter how unrealistic the realism sets in. So what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is when you have a vision, no matter how crazy and unrealistic, quote unquote, the vision tends to be, you're still aspiring to do something. There's still an aspiration or a goal that's set in mind. Now, are you going to fail? Are you going to do many things that are not going to aspire to that vision? Of course. Life is all about failure. You're going to fail in life. And I'm always still learning and failing up to this point in life, right? However, the fact that the dream keeps you going and keeps you driving towards the goal, for me, that's very important, right? But however, you shouldn't be discouraged about, it seems to me that the dreams that I have to envision, I can't aspire or reach that big of a goal. But the little achievements that we get day by day in our lives, right? The little things that we achieve is proof that you're doing something right. You're progressing. You're doing something right in order to work towards your dream. For me, I hold that philosophy very near and dear to my heart. I think that's very important for you to keep on dreaming, no matter how realistic the world gets. Because what is the point of life if you can't dream big, right? And if you fall and if you fail, that's fine. For me, it's fine to fail. That means you're still progressing and you're still learning to what you're doing. So for me, Mas Gede, that's what I look like. That's my outlook in life. And many people are going to be like, oh, Andovi, that's unrealistic. No, my perspective, my perception is you can dream big and you can also fail big, right? People always assume that when you dream big, you can't fail. You're supposed to fail, right? And you can't really fail if you don't have a dream to aspire to. Up until now, I'm still failing. Up until now, I want to make crazy stuff. But that's how young people change the world. And I believe in the 392 participants that are right now watching this on a Saturday afternoon all over the world. I believe that one of you here, at least through data and statistic, can change the world. So I know that's a bit, rose-colored glasses. That's a bit, but for me, you're talking to a person that really believes that if you aspire to your dreams, good things happen.
All right, very well. Yeah, that was very motivating, at least to me. Yeah. Thank you, Andovi. Okay, let's take a question from the audience.
Please.
Question.
And if you want to speak in bahasa juga nggak apa-apa kok. I can answer both bahasa English.
Yes. Jika ada pertanyaan dalam bahasa, dipersilakan, tidak masalah ya. Ini. Tapi
gue nggak bisa bahasa Jawa ya. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm learning. I'm trying to learn. Well, yeah, silakan guys. Come on. Don't be shy.
Okay.
I'm sure all of you are smart people here, so please ask me any question.
So here a question from Halason Simanjuntak. Do you want to ask yourself maybe?
Please ask yourself. Yeah,
maybe
please.
That's better.
Yeah.
Dalam bahasa Indonesia juga tidak apa-apa. Silakan. Okay, please.
Selamat pagi hari ini.
Pagi. Ya, halo.
Silakan. Halo. Yeah, okay. If not, then maybe I can read for you. Halo ya, silakan.
Okay, thanks for your explanation, Pak Andovi. Maybe I can call you Andovi. The Lopez is your family name?
Yes, the Lopez is my family name.
Okay, I get the point. Okay, my name is 𝐒𝐏𝐻 𝐒𝐿. I'm from the Indonesian, same like you. My question is simple, but I think a big important. Considering the current millennial generation, you know that it's very easy to fall into drugs, free sex, bullying issue, and other violation of norms, right? This is based on the statistic Center of Agency. Yeah, the trend is increasing every year. Yeah, BPS. Yeah. In your perspective, which generation cares most about the environment and renewable energy, and why you choose that generation? I ask him because this is related to the renewable energy, right?
Yeah.
And then in which 70 SDGs have attracted the most attention to millennial, especially in your generation? And in your current position right now, what are the big positive or real action things you have done regarding future energy resilience? Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. What do I call you? What's your name again? Sorry.
You can call me Hans.
Hans. Thank you, Hans. Hans, amazing question.
Yeah.
The first part of your question, when you said, which generation do you think cares more about renewable energy? Listen, for me, it's not even about the millennial generation. I truly believe, I'm 28 years old, the younger generation, the Gen Z, right? The Gen Z, whatever you want to call them, the 16 to 24 years old, whatever bracket of mathematics that you put into it. For me, I can see that they care so much about the environment and renewable energy and all that. I can sense it. Now, most of you might think, oh, bang, that's nonsense. All they do is play TikTok every day. All they do is go on Instagram every day and look at stupid videos. No, I truly believe that the younger generation has that activism and spirit that even my generation doesn't have. That even the millennial 25 above, 26 above doesn't have that spirit. I've seen young people in Bali doing amazing work on energy and sampah. And I can see the movement growing in Jakarta and Indonesia that the young people are starting. For me, it's an unfair criticism to say that the younger generation and Gen Z doesn't have that spirit. I truly believe that our future is in safe hands, even though I agree there's a lot of stupid people playing on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, whatever, every day, doing non-important things. But the younger generation clearly cares about the SDGs, clearly cares about the important milestones that we have to do in the future. Now, to the second part of the question about what I've done personally. Listen, I may not have done things personally towards the sciences, towards the actual ilmu pengetahuan alam and science energy renewals. But what I have done is I have done my best to put out content out there, to make people critically think, to make people know about renewable energy. I've done it in Bali where I've talked about sampah. I'm doing it currently in my DPR Musikal. I don't know if you've watched the DPR Musikal. In the DPR Musikal, I've talked about the Undang-Undang FAK, Undang-Undang Flora, Agrikultur, dan Kehutanan, di mana I talked about the role of youth to make undang-undang and legislation that helps with the new generation and renewable energy. Yes, thank you, Faiza. I see you DMing me that you watched DPR Musikal. So maybe I don't contribute directly to the renewable energy and directly to what are things I talked about, but I contribute indirectly to the laws, to my content, to my entertainment. All right. So that's to answer your question. That's what I've been doing, and I'm still doing, and I'm trying to make youth, the younger generation, especially the Gen Z, to make real impactful change towards the world. Now, that's the second part of it. And the third question about drugs and all the statistics. What I'm going to say is, look, young people are going to make mistakes. Young people are going to do stupid things. And you know what? That's life. But what my honest opinion is, you're allowed to have trial and error and make mistakes as long as you learn from it. Now, a lot of people feel that once they make mistakes, once they do wrong things, that their life is over, that they can't do anything. I really believe that the youth has so much potential untapped in order to do great things for Indonesia, directly in the sciences and directly outside of the sciences. And without this knowledge of trust, and without this level of trust that we're giving them, nothing can be done. There's no positive output. So to answer your question, Hans, I really believe that the generals, Gen Z, the people younger than us, has so much potential to meet these SDGs, to meet these renewable energy goals, to do all these things. And listen, I'm old. I'm sure Mas Gede, I don't know, Hans, I don't know how old you are, Hans. I don't know.
36.
Right. And I get it. Sometimes we look at the younger generation and ask, what are they doing? What are they doing, right? What are they doing? But you know what? We were exactly like that when we were young, right? When we grew up in the 2000s, when we grew up in the 90s, in the 2010s, the older generation asked us, lu ngapain sih main Facebook mulu? Lu ngapain sih main MSN Messenger mulu? Right? It's a cycle. It's a cycle where the older generation will always question what the younger generation does. And to be fair, sometimes it works. Sometimes the critics work. Excuse my language, but oh my God, like, you're right. However, we need to put the trust in the 18-year-olds, the 19-year-olds. Look, and that's how the world will change. And Hans, I know I'm very positive, and I may seem like, Andovi, you're very dreamy, but without that dream, without that positive outlook, there won't be any change happening in Indonesia.
Okay, got the point. I like your spirit, yeah. I like spirit.
Maybe you're
young and millennial, yeah. It's not, yeah. Agree with what you answer. Okay.
Thank you, Hans.
It's a positive spirit, yeah. Thanks, Lopez.
Have to. Kalau nggak kita gila. If we're not positive, we'll go crazy, all of us. Okay.
Okay, it's Saturday, guys. So.
Yeah.
All right, and so. Here, Rahel, she has been waiting for asking question. Please go ahead.
Halo, Rahel.
Halo.
So,
what's
up, Rahel? Ya.
Apa suara saya terdengar?
Yes, terdengar, sangat terdengar.
Yes, thank you very much for the permission. I want to ask to Mr. Andovi. Ya, Kak, mau tanya, Kak. Ya, jadi pertama aku mau nanya pakai bahasa Indonesia ya, Kak ya. Bahasa Inggris sudah di kolom komentar ya. Ketika berbicara dampak medsos bagi kesehatan mental, apakah fenomena kecanduan medsos ini ada hubungannya dengan istilah pubing yang kerap dekat dengan FOMO dan identik dengan generasi Z? Lalu, jika medsos bisa menimbulkan dampak pada kesehatan mental dan kecanduan, lalu kenapa manusia masih terus bergantung pada media sosial? Padahal sebenarnya udah tahu bakal ada hate speech. Apakah alasan tertentu, baik dari sains maupun ilmu pengetahuan, ilmu psikologinya? Kemudian dengan mudahnya teknologi yang diakses, membuat semakin banyak anak kecanduan bermain gadget. Lalu langkah yang tepat yang harus dicegah sebelum anak kecanduan dan terjebak dalam kejahatan cyber itu bagaimana ya, Kak? Terima kasih.
Thank you. That's a great question. Rahel, how old are you?
21, Kak.
21. So I'm assuming you're in the 4th semester? Semester 5? Semester 4?
Yeah.
Okay. And what do you study, if I may know?
Kenapa, Kak?
What do you study? Jurusan apa? Fakultas apa?
Teknik.
All right. Rahel, that's an amazing question. Thank you so much. I'm going to answer dengan bahasa Jaksel ya. Setengah Indo, setengah Inggris. I'm gonna be those Jaksel kids, right? Jadi which is yang yaitu kenapa ya? I'm gonna mix everything. So I'm gonna answer it like this. Rahel, coba you watch atau nonton Social Dilemma on Netflix. Okay. Social media is a tool. Social media adalah alat. Alat bisa dipergunakan, can be used both in a good way and both di hal yang buruk. Yeah. How's my Jaksel so far? Setengah Inggris, setengah Indonesia. All right. How was that? It was good, right? Right. I'm trying my best. Right. But anyway, one of the biggest concerns I have towards the younger generation, you need to stop treating social media as if it's the real life. Let me repeat one more time. Social media is not real life. And I know it might seem that way to a lot of you here. Kenapa? Let me break it down for you. Untuk Hans tadi, and untuk Mas Gede, and untuk me, we grew up where we were old enough to understand the difference between life without internet and without Wi-Fi. Iya nggak, Mas Gede? We were there in the transition process where we didn't grow up with social media. Social media hit me when I was in the late teens, right? So we didn't grow up with that. Now with you, Rahel, you're 21. When you were 13 years old, Instagram was already a thing, right? When you were 13 years old, you lived and breathed looking to your phone, scrolling and seeing everything that's happening towards your friends. In my generation, that did not happen. I did this when I was 18, 19, when I remember a life without social media. I remember a life without internet. I remember a life where maybe Pak Hans and Mas Gede can relate, where if you have to turn on the internet, you have to go with a sound like just to turn on the internet, right? But now all of you young people have this access. And the internet, as you said, can do amazing things. The internet has an amazing impact where it connects people, it makes you learn, information is readily available, lu bisa belajar apapun, bisa menaikkan tingkat potensi diri. However, the fact of the matter is, when the internet is looked at the other side, everyone compares everybody's life, right? Rahel, lu ngelihat teman-teman lu di universitas, ya ampun, my friend udah gini, my friend udah gitu, my friend udah sukses, aduh gue FOMO, gue sakit. The thing is, we need to learn how to use social media and internet in the right capacity and in the right way. However, it was never taught to us. Social media was bombarded towards us, especially, Rahel, to your generation. It's bombarded in a sense that we never learned how to morally and ethically use social media in the right way. So the best thing I can say to Rahel, I'm going to give you practical tips. Practical tips. When you wake up in the morning, how many times do you look at your phone? Stop it. When you wake up in the morning, minum air putih, makan, ngomong sama keluarga atau teman, olahraga 30 menit, and then you look at your phone. That will do wonders on your mental health. That will do wonders on things that you can do. Dan sebelum tidur, Rahel, sebelum tidur, I bet you $100, I bet you 5 juta rupiah, or how much money that sebelum tidur, you look at your phone, right? Try your best 30 minutes before you sleep to throw this away. Throw your phone away. This will do wonders to your social, to your FOMO and whatever it is addiction you have to social media. I'm not saying you should stop using it. However, use it as a tool to improve and better yourself as a person, not as a tool to destroy yourself. I know that is very hard, but for me, that is the key in order to be a good younger generation that uses social media in the right way. Rahel, I hope, gue berharap gue menjawab pertanyaanmu and that helps. Thank you so much for your question. That's a really good question.
Okay, great. So next we move to next question from Raffi Kans. Raffi, why don't you speak up directly? Please.
Malu, Pak.
Apa-apa, bahasa Indonesia juga tidak apa-apa.
Aman.
Okay.
Aman.
So I want to ask to Mr. Andovi that how you look social media right now, because there is a lot of controversial and also like toxic content and also bad influence from the other celeb Instagram, maybe we call that. How do you look about this kind of thing in social media?
Thank you so much. What do I call you, Raffi?
Yeah.
Rafi, how old are you, if I may ask?
I'm 20 actually.
20, and your semester 3? Semester?
Semester 5.
Oh, semester 5. Okay. Okay. So, and you study teknik sama?
Yeah, I'm chemical engineering. So.
Chemical engineer. All right. All right. Rafi, that's a great question. The answer is very complicated. And I would implore you to watch Social Dilemma on Netflix and to read the book Homo Sapiens, Homo Deus by Yuval Noah Harari. Just read the book. Okay? Why? For me, stupidness and controversy in social media, it's like that because attention is the new currency. So the media, social media, content creators, everybody will do everything they can to grab your attention. Now, because to get your attention means more money. To get your attention means more clicks. To get your attention means there's more revenue. This business model needs to be stopped. We are in this business model of attention currency because as human beings, we tend to click towards controversy and stupidness all the time. So in order to fight this, we need to do two things. On the one side of the aisle, we need to better and improve ourselves in order not to click on these stupid things and controversy on the internet. Kalau ada hal-hal bodoh dan kontroversi di internet yang kita klik, we are feeding the system. We are feeding the system in order to keep on giving us more stupid and controversial things in social media. So we need to improve and educate ourselves to not do that. I know it's hard, but we need to do that. Now, on the other side, we need to do, Rafi, do you know what China is doing to their country right now? Do you know? Do you know? China has specifically set a rule di mana setelah jam 9 lu nggak boleh main TikTok. Setelah jam 10 semua algoritma yang di-push adalah video-video tentang sains, video-video tentang ilmu, video-video tentang apa-apa. Nah, some of you might say, wah itu dictatorship. Lu mau itu lu you force what you want to watch. But China realizes that on the backside, no matter how hard as consumers we try to consume content, the other side, the producing part, there has to be laws in set. There has to be regulations in set in order to, algorithm, stop pushing stupid things, push good and smart things. But that needs to be an active act on the producer side of the aisle. Right? So it's not only penonton hal-hal bodoh, we need to somehow regulate what people can watch. Again, when I say regulate, don't think, oh, ban this, censor this. No. Push content that inherently makes you think critically. Right? So this is a very complicated issue, but education is the key. We need to educate us as consumers, and we need to educate and push regulations to the producers in order to push content that's not stupid. And this is very hard because there's a lot of stupid people. This is very hard, right? So because there's a lot of stupid people, we need to know which one to push, and it's up to us, people who are smart, to push things in the right direction. So Rafi, I know that was a long philosophical answer, but yeah, I hope that really helped.
Thank you so much for the answer.
Dan good luck with chemical engineering. Semoga anak-anak di sini semua does real innovation in the science space. Di Indonesia, we need more people in the technical part, in the science part. Banyak orang di social side dah. We need you smart sciences people to make real change to Indonesia. And I hope you do it, Rafi.
Amin, Kak Dovi. Thank you.
All right. So we move to the next question. Here from the Vice Chairman, do you want to say something, Nabil?
Halo, selamat siang Pak Gede dan Mas Andovi. Saya ingin bertanya, saya sudah mengikuti YouTube Skinny Indonesia 24 sudah sejak lama 3 tahun yang lalu, dan saya terus mengikuti video-video yang dibuat dari Andovi dan Jovi juga. Dan hal yang ingin saya tanyakan adalah bagaimana tujuan dari Indonesia Skinny 24 itu untuk bisa merich anak-anak muda gitu. Dan kenapa diakhiri begitu saja di YouTube-nya seperti itu? Padahal kan itu bagus sekali gitu kalau saya lihat di YouTube Skinny Indonesia 24. Dan saya berharapnya sih bisa terus berkecimpung di dunia YouTube seperti itu, biar bisa memberikan edukasi ke anak-anak muda Indonesia lebih tepatnya.
Terima kasih Nabil. Pertama Nabil, terima kasih banyak untuk udah nonton Skinny 24. Gini, gua udah menjawab di berbagai podcast, berbagai media, kenapa gua sama Kak Jo pensiun dari Skinny Indonesia 24. Nah, jadi intinya gue udah 10 tahun bekerja sebagai kreator, and as 10 years as being a creator, menurut gue harus move on. Gue harus move on dan melanjutkan hal-hal yang baru dalam hidup gue. Dan sekarang gue udah kerja di narasi, gue sebagai SVP, gue melakukan hal-hal di sana. Nah, tapi Nabil, penting bagi lu untuk tahu, mungkin Skinny Indonesian 24 di YouTube berakhir, tapi semangat dan tujuan gue sama Kak Jo nggak akan pernah berakhir. Nah, our dreams of making content to inspire, and not to inspire, to make people critically think and entertain will never ever die. Dan YouTube itu hanya sebuah platform, right? Don't let a platform define who you are as a person. Let you yourself define who you are as a person. Contoh, Nabil, I'm assuming you've watched DPR Musical.
Yes, I watch it. And I
Musical
love.
bakal ada 1,5 jam offline di akhir tahun, right? Not in YouTube, outside of YouTube, right? Don't let people outside. Don't let a platform. Gini, I love YouTube. YouTube has given me many things in life, but it's time for me to move on and do other things. Nah, bukan berarti tiba-tiba Nabil gue berhenti dari YouTube. Maksud gue nggak gue berhenti adalah Skinny Indonesian 24 berhenti. Ngerti kan? Kalau tiba-tiba Chandra Leo ngajak gue main video, ya gue buat main video di YouTube. Do you understand? Do you understand the perspective? There's a difference between me and my brother as Skinny Indonesian 24 and us pribadi di interview, main ke podcast, ngerti nggak? There's a big difference here. But us as YouTubers, that journey has it's over. The journey as being a YouTuber is over. But our semangat, our passion, our fire will never be over.
That's cool.
Thank you, Nabil.
All right, then. So let's give a chance to another guy here, Arihon Siahaan. You can speak up directly and ask your question. Ada? Arihon?
Hello. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, yes.
Okay. Firstly, Bro Andovi, let me introduce myself. My name is Heuri Cosmos, and I'm from Pertamina University in Petroleum Engineering.
Yeah.
So my question is, how's the way to convince your parents or your family about your career? 180% totally different from your major in college. You know that sometimes people have to understand it, bro. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Siahan, thank you. That's a great question. Look, I know that a lot of you right now, 402 participants sini, a lot of you are maybe confused and are feeling some sort of way about your degree, your career and everything. Look, Siahan, that's what I call you. That's your name, right?
Okay, no problem.
Yeah. Siahan, parents, orang tua, always want the best for you, right? They always want the best for you. Now, in their perspective, di perspektif mereka, the best for you mungkin sangat berbeda dengan pendapat lu pribadi tentang apa yang baik buat lu. But we need to understand that parents never come from a bad place. As parents, they want, my parents, my mom and dad, when I went to law school, I know when my big brother, nuclear physics, biggest brother, doctor, they want the best for their children. But we as young people feel that we are different, but never feel that your parents are going against you. They're never going against you. What there needs to be is titik tengah, titik temu, where you can show to your parents, Mama, Papa, what I'm doing, I love, and it's doing good things in my life, gitu. Right? Sometimes the best thing to prove to your parents adalah pembuktian, proof. Contoh, when I was doing YouTube back in the day, nobody tried. There was no money in YouTube until 2016. No AdSense, no nothing. I did YouTube when there was no money, no AdSense, right? But the way I proved to my parents, I proved to them in a way that, Mama, Papa, Andovi nama Kak Jo ada pembuktian. We have a proof that we're doing this, we're doing this, we're doing that. And it's hard work. It's hard work to prove to your parents what you're doing is actually the right path. And you are going to fail. Lu pasti akan gagal. Tapi kuncinya lah, lu nggak boleh berhenti. Lu harus terus-menerus mencoba untuk membuktikan ke orang tua lu what I'm doing is right. A lot of us are going to fail. A lot of us are going to succeed. But the fact of the matter is we have to keep on trying. Right? So I really hope you guys keep on trying.
Hey, great. So here another question from Jose, yeah, SMA N1 Kerawang, silakan. From high school student.
Hello.
Langsung saja. Yes.
My name is Jose. I want to ask you something.
Yes.
Andovi. Many people in developing country have retarded mindset and literacy skill. Even in developed country, negara maju saja masih banyak orang yang seperti they refuse the technology advances. They didn't care about science, especially renewable energy.
Yeah.
They may make it as conservation based on that things. It make our progress to reach the future and be resilience get stuck. The people may be called virus dan dalam tanda kutip virus for the work condition. How's your perspective about that? Thank you.
Thank you. Jose, how old are you? Are you 18?
I'm 15.
Wow. Look, Jose, people like you gives me so much hope, right? To be a 15, when I was 15 years old, all I was doing was playing basketball. Right? I was playing basketball. I was, like the fact that you're 15 years old and you can have such a perspective in asking this question means you're doing the right thing and you're going on a right path. All right? So Jose, keep on doing you. Before I answer the question, I wanna reward you by saying you're doing amazing. For a 15-year-old to have this perspective and ask this question is amazing. So please keep on doing what you're doing and don't stop. And before I answer the question, what is your dream, Jose? Like, what do you want to do? What's your dream?
My dream is as like you in ruler of the world, but in technology.
I love it. Man, Jose, if you can make ruler of the world in technology, if you can shift the mindset so we don't depend and we don't depend on the United States or Europe, our own technology for Indonesia, that's amazing. That's amazing. Okay, I wish nothing but the best for you. Okay. Now, to answer your question, listen. Jose or Jose? Jose, how do we call it? Jose?
Jose.
Jose, listen. Trust me, you're gonna understand once you grow up. Mau kemarin, mau besok, mau 15 tahun lagi, bakal banyak orang bego di dunia ini. Okay? Please just realize this. Right? However, it is our responsibility. Remember Aunt May in Spider-Man, Peter Parker in Spider-Man always said, with great power comes great responsibility. It is our responsibility as those who are tanda kutip smarter, tanda kutip has the privilege to have a good education, to do good and to raise everything. That's so that we help the people that are not as fortunate as us. Jose, ada sebuah perkataan lu tahu nggak? This is a quote and saying, a rising tide lifts all ships. Okay, bukan berarti rising tide karena global warming terus kita semua nggak. No. Think about it as the quote. A rising tide lifts all ships. It is our responsibility as smart people or as people who have better education and better things in life to not only care for ourselves but to care for other people. And Jose, I can tell you're a smart person. Gue berharap ketika you grow up and you become someone important in this life, when you become the ruler of the world, please jangan selfish dan memikirkan diri sendiri dan duit buat diri lu sendiri. Please, Jose. Please work on yourself and make yourself successful dengan bersamaan meningkatkan derajat dan standar hidup orang lain sekitar lu, Jose. Gue berharap mindset itu ada ketika lu di umur 15 tahun. Karena ketika lu di umur 28, 30 tahun, mindset ini yang akan mengubah Indonesia. Right. So to answer your question about people that are virus, people who don't care, refuse technology, bakal selalu ada, Jose. But it's our job. No, it's our responsibility to teach them, to make them better. Dan bakal susah, Jose. Bakal susah, Jose. But you know what? Kalau ini gampang, a lot of people can do it. Kalau ini gampang, then it is what it is. But justru karena ini susah, justru karena kita harus mengeducate mereka, justru itu responsibility kita.
Okay. Jose, you want to say something?
Thank you.
All right then.
Jose.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure that there are plenty more questions are still in participant mind, and unfortunately we cannot accommodate all of it because the time is limited. I'm sure that all of us in here are being, have been very motivated by inspirational talk from Andovi. And once again, thank you, Andovi, for being with us in here.
Those who have chatted me personally, Rachel, Vanessa, I see your DM. I see you. I can see the chats. Thank you.
All right then. Yes. Okay. All right then. So next one, we're gonna have certificate atau bagaimana? Organizer.
Yeah.
I hand it over back to the organizer then.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Gede. And thank you so much, Kak Andovi, for a very fun and interesting sessions. And I believe all the participants here got so much motivation and amazing insight. And for an appreciation, the committee will give a certificate as a gratitude. And Tajun, you want to say something?
Okay. Wow, it's a great speak from Mr. Andovi, and also I think it's very memorable and fruitful for everyone present here, particularly in for all of participants. I want to say thank you as a project leader who decorate for your attendance in this event, and also see you in the next project. I want to say thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Tajun. And for Kak Andovi, Mr. Gede, and Tajun, you may want to have a big smile because we want to document it, this certificate. And for Mercy, are you here?
Okay. Are you guys ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more time. 1, 2, 3. Okay, then I'll give it back to MC.
All right. Thank you, Mercy and Tajun. And of course, Kak Andovi itself for being here and give so much insight for us. And Kak Andovi, have a good day and have a good weekend.
Yo, sehat-sehat semuanya ya. Everybody please be happy.
Stay safe.
Thank you, everybody.
Oke.
Thank you.
Thank you ya, Andovi ya.
Dan ini orang Indonesia, mohon maaf bila ada kesalahan apapun yang saya ngomong. Iya kan harus gitu.
Ya, sama-sama.
Oh, di bahasa Inggris, I am very sorry for anything that I might said that it was wrong. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Banyak kan, Andovi. Have a good rest.
Next weekend ya.
Okay. Now for Mr. Gede, is there any closing remarks you want to say?
Oh, me? Yeah, I think it's many things we can learn, from Mr. César and then Cassandra, Pak Putra, and then just recently Andovi. The future is in energy. No matter how your career path will be in the future, whether you're going to be a doctor, you're going to be a lawyer, you're going to be a businessman, accountant, engineer, scientist, teacher, and so forth, then this is something that we cannot avoid. I mean, the energy crisis, then we need to be aware of it. And then the second thing is that, as mentioned by Pak Putra before, that we need, as a young generation, we need to really identify the most important thing in this issue, because our topic is about energy and what the young generation can contribute. We need to be able to identify critically. It's not about how fast you can climb a mountain, let's say like that, how fast you can climb a mountain, but which mountain you need to climb up. You need to find the right mountain to go through, something like that. And also just mentioned by Andovi, like imagine yourself as a glass, So in order to take up a new knowledge, you need to empty your glass so that somebody can pour a new water on you. Otherwise, if you keep your glass full of water, then no matter how somebody pour the water, there will be a spill off around. So in order to take up a new knowledge, empty your mind, basically, and then keep upgrading your glass. If your glass is limited by that, and then over time try to increase the size of the glass or get a new glass or something like that. So keep looking, don't settle, as mentioned before. I think we'll see what happens. There is no certain path that we can take in the future because a lot of uncertainty, but things that we can do is keep learning and then keep looking. All right, that's basically it. Thank you. It's my honor to be your moderator today. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Gede, for being our guide today. And for all the committee and all the participants, maybe you can say thank you and goodbye to Mr. Gede. Okay.
Thank you, Pak Gede. Thank you. Thank you, Pak Gede.
Have a nice weekend, Pak Gede. Okay.
Thank you.
For the group,
May I leave now?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pak Gede.
Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. I would like to
All
say
right, then.
thank you for all the speakers today. Mr. César Patiño, Mrs. Cassandra Dewan, Ph.D, Mr. Putra Adhiguna, and last, Mr. Azevedo Andovireska, Adikara, Lopez. We are thankful for the knowledge that you shared with us. With a lot of respect and gratitude, Mr. Gede WP Adiaksa for guiding today's main event. And for the committee, is it okay if we play the video after the game session?
Indonesia is abundant with energy, which is produced from various sources in various forms and is continuously moving the dynamics of every life, every day. Pertamina has continued to be the leader for more than 6 decades, with commitments to perpetually innovate in bringing energy to life. Consistently giving the most in every exploration, production, and other business activity to produce the best energy worldwide. delivering energy evenly to cities, to remote frontiers, so that everyone can use their energy and move forward together. Various initiatives are taken in developing renewable energy, such as geothermal, solar cell, biofuel, lithium battery, and even electricity. Together with its affiliates, Pertamina is committed to achieve energy sustainability, fuel the economy, and build the future. Pertamina ensures that energy is also available for the environment, education, healthcare, and community empowerment. Pertamina believes that every continuous innovation is the energy to step forward. Pertamina is the energy, driving force of progress for every part of life.
Energi bukanlah hanya sebuah reaksi.
Dia selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Setinggi apa kamu bisa melompat?
Jawabannya, setinggi apa yang kamu ingin dapat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas. Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa,
harapan, hati, dan mata yang berkelana. Dari masa kini hingga ke masa depan.
Yang sebentar lagi bisa kamu genggam.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu,
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Alright.
Shit!
It is a very insightful lecture indeed, and we hope that this knowledge could bring benefit, especially for all the participants in this room. And for all the honorable speakers and guests, you may excuse yourself if you have any next agenda today, and for the remain, please enjoy the next event. And once again, I would like to remind there will be attendance and feedback form at the end of the event. Participants must fill in to get an e-certificate. Once again, there will be an attendance and a feedback form at the end of the event, and participants must fill in to get an e-certificate. So please, for all the participants, are pleased to stay till the end. And once again, we would like to mention our partnership. Thank you for PPI Delft, PPI UAE, PPI Japan, PPI Germany, PPI Greater Glasgow, Permia San Francisco, PPI UKM Malaysia, PPI Rotterdam, and PPI Berlin-Brandenburg. Alright, and everyone, hopefully all of you are still excited for the next sessions, because now we're gonna play some games. Is the excitement still around here? Because for the session for Kak Andovi, I see a lot of excitement from you guys, and I hope for this game session, there are a lot of excitement. So if you're excited for playing the game, please type Isef in the chat box if you are excited. Okay, let me see, is there anyone type Isef in here? For the participants, where's the participants? Okay. And for the other participants, maybe may I ask if there are any international participants in here still? Okay, I believe so. Because we will play a game, and of course, just like the other game, we will give a special present for the winner. So guys, are you ready? Okay, there are a lot of Isef in here. And before we start the game, there are some information that I would like to tell you. First, please make sure your internet connection is in a good condition. Our game will be using a platform named Kahoot. Please check the chat box for the link and the game pin. After you click the link, you will need to put the game pin that has written on the chat box, and you will need to write your name, and please put your real name, so it will be easier for us to track the winner. After you see your name on the game lobby, it means you are registered, and there will be a 15 question in a multiple choices about today's material. The questions will be shared in the Zoom meeting, and you will see some shapes and color, like red for triangle, blue for diamond, yellow for the circle, and green for the rectangle. Please choose the same shapes on your phone for the correct answer that you choose. Okay, I hope you all understand, and if there are any more questions, please ask in the chat box. We will give 2 minutes for all the participants to connect to the game. Okay guys, so I hope you guys already click the link https://kahoot.it.com, and where is the code committee? Nah, for the code, you need to type 1531323. As you see in the screen. Okay, there's Indah, Ray, Aura, Wilson, Firly. Okay. We will wait for 2 minutes, and while we wait, I want to ask you guys something. Maybe if there are still the international participants in here, what games do you guys usually play in your home, or maybe when you're a child, what is the traditional game on your country? Or for the Indonesian participants, what is the most traditional game you like? You can answer it on the chat box. Ada yang jawab congkak. Okay. Is there any other games? Like for me, it's main karet, jumping rope. Is there anyone here familiar with your own traditional games in here? Come on, you can answer it on the chat box. Or maybe something funny happened in my neighborhood is because since you guys maybe know about the Squid Game, the movie itself explains a lot of South Korean traditional games, and all of my neighborhood in here, the children is singing like "Hukuman, Kuchip." I mean, like, are they even understand what they're saying? Like, it's so funny. For the others, maybe you can write down on the chat box what games do you usually play on your home, or what games do you like? Okay, we still wait for the others because there are only 150 in here. Okay, are you guys already in there? There are 400 participants in the Zoom meeting, but we only see 150 on the Kahoot lobby room. I hope you guys are still here because it's getting more exciting. Okay, for the others, maybe if there's someone here want to talk with me and share their favorite traditional game, or maybe their current favorite game, maybe I will ask the committee. Oh my god, there's someone. Say I'm look like a Korean singer. Oh, 누구세요? Oh Oh yeah, don't forget for the winner, you need to screenshot the proof that proven that you are the winner. Send it to the committee. Traditional games, not a Valorant. Benar, betul. Even may I know what is the traditional game at Gorontalo? Or maybe for Faizur in Bihar, what is the traditional game at Sultan Agung University that you play in there? So I don't know where is Sultan Agung University actually. Why everyone want to start already, but we still need to wait because no, it's not a pengetahuan umum, but it's about the material that we already listened. Okay. So I hope you guys hear what all the amazing court speakers today. And don't forget, guys, please use your real name. This I see Beyonder 481 in here. And if Beyonder 481 wants to speak, I believe the committee will eliminate you because you don't use your real name. 𝐂𝐚𝐥𝐲𝐬𝐂𝐚𝐥, what is that? Can you explain it to us? What is 𝐂𝐴𝐺 and 𝐂𝐴𝐴? I'm sorry. Okay, for the others in here, maybe I want to ask the committee while we wait. For Devanda. Hi Devanda. Hi Devanda.
Hai Kak.
What is your favorite traditional game on your childhood?
I like bekel.
Same sama-sama. Ada lagi yang suka bekel gini? Kira-kira? Okay, committee, where we will start? Can we start it at 180 maybe? Yeah, I love petak umpet too. Oh my god. And I think it will be fun if you played it on Bali. Because Bali had so much spot to hide on. Uno. Play on Comberan. Oh my god, I believe Comberan is a goat, ya nggak sih? Okay, for the committee, when we start? Okay, I will ask Tajun. Tajun, when can we start the game?
Yeah.
Okay, sekarang udah bisa. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, let's play. For the operator, you may start. Okay, it's already 183, I believe. $184. Okay, let's start, guys. Please, you need to pay attention on the Zoom meeting because the question will be shared in here. Okay, number one. Event has reached episode. I believe I already said it too many times, especially when I call you. I believe the answer is Okay, let's see who won the first place. Oh, there are 154 people who write. Okay, give them an applause. Wow. 130 people listen carefully for this event. Okay, for the next question. For the next question. What is the theme of the Space Up 4.0? Oh my god, it's so easy, guys. 180 participants must do this right. Yeah, it's the yellow. Oh my god, it's only 80 people who got it right. Oh my god, I'm so disappointed at you guys. It's the youth as the catalyst in achieving future energy resilience. Okay, you can do better, guys. On the next, okay, next. Question. Oh yeah, the scoreboard. Wow, congratulations, Widi and Nur Khotima and Warman. And for you, beside you, I think you will be eliminated too because you don't use your real name. I'm sorry. And for number 3, what competition is held by the Pertamina Space Up 4.0? What is the answer, ya? It's the blue one, guys. Video, poster, SDG space, and smart competition. So for you guys who still got it wrong, I hope you guys will join the competition at Space Up 5.0 later on or next year. Okay, for the next question. Oh, let's see the scoreboard first. Wow, Jamil. And Jose is the highest climber. Wow, up 53 places. Where are the speakers attending this webinar from? I believe there are more than one country. Come on, you can do it, guys. Because we have a really good person in here. Wow, let's see the scoreboard. Oh my god. There are too many wrong in here. Okay, next. It's still loading. Wow, congratulations, Widi. You keep your place, yeah? Okay, for the next question, number 5. What does Isef 2022 stand for? So easy, guys. Should I give you a clue? The fish chairman. You told the answer. Oh my god. Oh enggak, bener. Oh, astagfirullahaladzim, aku aja lupa. Okay, for the next question. Moving on. Warman. Oh my God, congratulations Warman and Widi. You dropped your place. It's okay, you can do better. Who is director of Pertamina? I believe it has the longest name. And long. A little. Yay! You got it right. Oh my God, a lot of people got it right. For the next question, let's see on the scoreboard. Is it still Warman? Wow, Widi, you climb. You climb so fast. Okay, for the next one. What is the title of the material presented by Miss Cassandra? Cassandra. United States of America. What is the Paris Agreement? Okay, it's the blue one. Congratulations for all the 99s. And next for the scoreboard, we will see, wow, it's still Warman. Warman is going stronger. The following reasons why you need sustainable energy are quality. Okay, it's the yellow one, to increase the use of fossil fuels, because sustainable energy don't use any fossil fuels, guys. Remember that, okay? For the next question. Wow, Warman. You're doing good, huh? For the 8th question, you're still going stronger. Okay, for the next one, guys, you can still beat him because there are more than 8 questions left. It's a grouping of the types of sustainable energy. Okay, that. So easy. I believe the elementary students can answer it right. The red one is horsepower. Oh my God. Let's see who answered the red one. Horsepower. Is there anyone answered the red one? There are 25 people believe that the horsepower is one of the type of sustainable energy. Oh my God, pity that horse. Alright, come on. Next to the question. Aku aja nggak main, gimana cara aku jadi Warman? Okay, next. The secret has a personality webinar from Brazil. Is it true or false ya? Okay, guess it. What is the right answer? Guess it. Guess it. Okay. Okay, for the next question. Oh my God. Who is Warman? Oh my God. I'm getting curious. Warman, can you speak yourself? Because there are a lot of people suspect you in here.
Halo Kak.
Oh, here, Warman.
Yeah, halo
You
Kak.
you guys. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm from senior high school. Sorry.
Senior high school where?
I'm from Bali, SMA Negeri Bali Mandara.
Oh, Iputu Aditya.
Yeah, yes, that's characteristic of Balinese people names. Yes. Thank you, Kak.
Oke. Ayo guys, sudah nggak bisa ngomong dia ngekit lagi ya. Okay, next. Which is one of the components of sustainable energy system? It's so easy, I believe. You can do it. Okay, distribution, nuclear power, and community guidelines is not the answer. Unfortunately, nuclear is, I don't know, if you grouping and thinking it one of the sustainable energy, maybe it can. Okay, for the next question, Alvin, kenapa internetnya? Maybe Alvin, you should go to Bali for the greater internet connections and join with Warman. Okay, next. Institut Teknologi Nasional. One that is not an important component in designing a solar PV system. For the participants who came from Universitas Pertamina, I believe that you know the answer because we have our own solar panel. Yeah, turbine, because turbine is for the wind energy system, not for the. Okay. Next one. Wow, Rafli, you're going up. And glowing Macau 42. Oh my God, who is it? And I believe the committee will not allow you to win this competition because you don't use your real name. Next, 3 more question left. Warman udah vaksin 3 kali. Okay, the form of energy used in the design of a wind turbine generator as a source of fuel product is Yep, the correct answer is kinetic energy. Okay, let's see who got it right. 61 people. Okay. You're doing great. Okay. For the last 2 questions. Next. Wow. Warman is going stronger. Bukan sampai 15. Next. How many basic steps are there in geothermal heat pump design? Okay. You guys keep talking about Warman here. Okay, next to the last question. Yoo-hoo, what is the last question? The application of the use of hydraulic engineering in building a hydropower is as follows, except, remember that, except. Playing Kahoot is not about knowledge itself, it's about the internet connection and self-presence. So here we are, the final scoreboard. Oh my god, it's still loading. Woohoo, the right answer is the yellow, and it's only 28 people got it right. So let's see the last scoreboard. Warman, okay. Everyone believe Warman will win the first place. Congratulations Hasnur K. Congratulations Widi Rahmat. And the last one, and the runner-up there is Radit and Puspa. Okay. It's okay, guys. You already did. You're great. Big applause to all of the 180 people who played the Kahoot game. Yay! Okay, for the winner, he will be informed by the Instagram account of AF 4.0, and you guys can, for Warman, Widi, and Hasnur, you can set the admin group and give a screenshot as a proof, okay? For the committee, you can go back to the meeting. Alright, it's a fun games, guys. Thank you so much for the excitement. And it's okay if you guys don't win this game, because game is not only about winning or lose, it's about the excitement and the fun. I hope you guys smile brightly in there at your home, ketawa-cikan sendirian until your mom asks you, oh my god, is my child crazy because he laughs at himself? Okay, for the winner, please contact Nur Mutiami for claim the prize, and please send the capture your device screen as a proof. You can see on the chat box for the Nur Mutiami numbers. Okay. And I'm sorry guys, because that is the ending of this game session. But with that being said, before closing this event, we will have a group photo. For all participants who haven't turned on the camera, we respectfully ask you to turn on your camera and get ready to give the best smile to be documented by the committee. So once again, please kindly turn on your camera. Come on, let's see how many faces in here. Hi, hi.
Can I add something?
Yep, you can.
Yeah, I want to inform you to all participants. The best question we will announce in our Instagram is Pertamina Space Up. So stay tuned for the winner. There is 8 winner for the best questions. So stay tuned in our Instagram is Pertamina Space Up. Don't worry about that. Thank you.
So there will be a for the winner at the Kahoot game, and then a present for us. Still seeing a black screen in here, so guys, please turn on your camera so we can see your beautiful and handsome faces, and we can document it together. Okay, for Mercy, you may take the lead. Where is Mercy? Hi, Mercy. Come on, guys. It's only until the first slide.
For the first slide. 1, 2, 3. For the second slide. 1, 2, 3. For the third slide. 1, 2, 3. For the fourth slide. 1, 2, 3. For the fifth slide. 1, 2, 3. For the sixth slide. 1, 2, 3. For the seventh slide. 1, 2, 3. For the eighth slide. 1, 2, 3. For the seventh slide. 1, 2, 3. For the 10th slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 11th slide. 1, 2, 3. 12th slide. 1, 2, 3. 13th slide. 1, 2, 3. 14th slide. 1, 2, 3. 15th slide. 1, 2, 3. 16. 1, 2, 3. And the last 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mercy. And everyone knows that we will share the result on the chat group. So please do not leave the chat group. And now we will give the feedback and attendance form for you to fill up, and you will get the e-certificate. Nah, there is the feedback and attendance form, and you guys need to fill in right now because you will get an e-certificate after you fill in the feedback and the attendance form. Thank you. Okay. With the end of the group photo sessions, today's opening ceremony of the International Space Up Emerging Forum Isef 2022 will also come to the end. Hopefully, this event may provide benefits to all of us, and we hope all of us will always be healthy, and don't forget to always implement the COVID-19 health protocols wherever you are. We would like to express our gratitude to all the speakers, guests, moderator, and all of our beloved participants who has joining us today. Once again, we would like to say thank you to the official sponsor, PT Pertamina Persero, PT Pembangunan Perumahan, and Fituni. We also thanks to the media partner, 𝐈𝐳𝐾 in Prasetya Mulia, 𝐈𝐳𝐾 in Unsud, BEM FEUNJ, 𝐂𝐚𝐥 Jakarta, IconX, Flexil Prasetya Mulia, Para Juara, and Thirst Project Indonesia. And for the other partnership, thank you for PPI Delft, PPI UAE, PPI Japan, PPI Germany, PPI Greater Glasgow, Permia San Francisco, PPI UKM Malaysia, PPI Rotterdam, PPI Berlin Brandenburg. And also, not forget to mention, I would like to say congratulations and thank you for all the committee of Space Up 4.0
Recording
for
stopped.
arranging this amazing event. And don't forget for the break day tomorrow, because there will be a company and awarding sessions. So guys, don't forget to come on the day 2 for a closing day. Thank you so much for all the contribution from all the participants. You guys are amazing. We also would like to apologize if there are some actions and words that are not pleasing during the event. And this is the end. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. You may leave this meeting room after you fill out the attendance and feedback form. And have a nice day, everyone. Thank you.